Hello, chat. Welcome to the stream.
Yeah, I needed to change the paper on that palette. That shit was getting disgusting. But before we do anything, let me turn off this. Let me turn off this. And before we do anything, oh, I gotta get close to the mic. Actually, I can't show it on camera. Beautiful. Let me loop the music before I forget and have to lean all the way over and fucking... I really should... How do I do this? I really need to, like, actually twist my desk around, but I don't think I have the room to do that. And I would have to make this place my hobby space, which I don't have room. And this white desk I don't think fits in that corner either. First world problems, am I right? I should measure it. I have a fucking measuring tape. Turn down the music on your end. Forever Winter soundtrack because it's great. And I've been meaning to use some of the songs for videos. I just haven't because I am a hack. Hello there, Mr. Sir. Hello, Appo. I'm gonna be taking my shirt off now because I have an undershirt on, and it's fucking winter in California and it's still hot. Also, I'm pretty sure my room does not get ventilated. There's a vent above me. I opened it up. I don't think it's working. But hello. Hello, Grin. There we go. Alright. Back to the pain of painting up a character. I say pain. This is my favorite part. Outside of, like, painted vehicles. Oh, also, I went to the DMV. I was successfully able to get my license updated. Not my license, my, ID updated. So I can purchase an item from a specific type of store that sells armaments within, hopefully, the next 2 weeks. So that'll be fun. It's kind of funny, just like, even though the one we're working on is not done right now. Let me turn up my volume so I can actually hear the music. There we go. It's kind of funny, just like the night and day difference of just like how it started versus how it's going. So I really love making shit like this. He is... be more accurate. He is a short man compared to him. And then just base size as well. Very short man. Actually don't know if Imperial Fists have iconography on their dreadnoughts, and honestly I don't care to figure that out right now. I don't think they have it on Contemptors. I think they have it on the shoulder pad, which there is a shoulder pad here, granted. I really don't feel like... I have a transfer sheet, hold on. Might be worth it. Kind of iconography, just like chapter symbols. Or legion symbols, I guess, because it's technically a 30k model, but it's interchangeable. People do it on the shoulder pad, and there's only one shoulder pad, and he's currently stepping on part of it, so the symbol would have to go here. Which... that's big enough. I still don't know where my scissors are. Check hobby and painting. I'm gonna say this right now, if you guys keep telling me to check shit, my keyboard is nowhere near me. And I'm using my phone right now. Is that fucking Asterian Malak? Fuck. Is it just 15 angles of Mysterian and Malak? Oh no, there's the Warpsmith. Or Warpsmith, not Warpsmith. It's funny, you get this stuff and it's the same quality as GW. Like Forge World, I mean. If anything, I'm pretty sure it's better resin. Yeah, for a third of the price. That being said, some shit's still fucking expensive. Like, I looked on it earlier and I was just like, I was looking for the what's it called? The Legion Specific Dreads. And they're still like $40, which it's, granted, half the price of a Contemptor, but it's just the body. I still need the weapons, which I can 3D print. And at this point, I'm just also 3D printing my own Contemptors anyways. The box art of the Contemptor, Iron Imperial Fist, Green Wreath. Yeah, I saw that Green Wreath, gold shield, black shoulders. Yeah, and then the Legion number on the left shoulder, and then the symbol on the right shoulder. I'm just gonna put the symbol on the left shoulder, because it'll just look better. Because I can't put it anywhere on the chest piece. If there's no iconography on the chest piece, that's where you could put it, but some people are also just weird. Gotta start thinking on that Defiler proxy? Not really. I care not for the Defiler. I'm gonna say this right now, just because, I mean, there's not that many people in the chat right now, so everyone's gonna fucking ask me this anyways. I'm gonna have to keep repeating myself. I don't give a fuck about the Defiler. I don't care at all. If you like it, that's fine. But for me, it's the fact that the weapons on it never mattered. And also the rule, I assume the rule's gonna get a change. But unless it's like something nutty, I cannot justify running something with that big of a base size and that big of a profile to get shot at. Because it's not strong. It's T10 14 wounds. Which is like 2 wounds more than a Forge Fiend. And Forge Fiends drop hard. So unless they make this thing like T12 and make it like our Rogel Dorn or like a Sleeman Russ equivalent, it ain't doing shit. If being from Russia, it's worth it. Black Legion Mark is actually Ukrainian, I believe. Would you and have you ever painted D&D minis? I do have D&D minis. I've painted up one. I don't have them anymore because that was for a very short-lived campaign that I got really tired of because I was told one thing about how the campaign was gonna... I was told the campaign was gonna go one way, which was like grim, dark, end of the world shit, and then it immediately devolved into jokes. So I wasn't a fan of that, so I left. And also I didn't like the people I was gaming with at all. Oh, no, I forgot where this was going. Anyways, yeah, I painted D&D minis before. It's not my favorite. I'd rather just... I like painting things for gaming. I do D&D online anyways. And I have minis for upcoming one-shot. Supposedly, I'm supposed to do. I'm supposed to do a one-shot at some point, but all the people have really fucked up schedules. And what is it? All the people have fucked up schedules, and I'm the only person consistently with weekends off. And I told them I can only do Sunday, so they all have to figure out how to get a Sunday together. And I may or may not be leaving California at some point, so D&D scheduling is hard. D&D scheduling, I'm gonna say this right now. Okay, D&D scheduling is not hard if you're willing to either make sacrifices or put your foot down at work. For me, thankfully, I work a state job, so I have weekends off because most like state places are closed on weekends. So that's easy enough for me. But for my other friends, they will just like, and also just like adapt the schedule in accordance to who's going to be the latest person showing up. I have a friend who gets off a half hour before we start, and he's fine every time. I have another friend who they do D&D twice a week. They're able to. You can do it. You just need to actually commit to doing it and shit. Most people aren't organized enough to schedule anything. That's what it is. Yeah, people aren't organized or aren't motivated. Most people who I meet who complain about not having time for D&D or not being able to schedule it is people being unwilling to schedule anything and unwilling to make sacrifices. Have you considered playing Mothership? No. If you ask me, have I ever considered playing X RPG? No. I will tell you what I have played. I played Cyberpunk Red. That shit was hot ass. I hated it so much I ended the campaign early. I've played D&D 5e. D&D 5e is fine. If you're one of those weirdos who's like 3.5, cool. Go fucking take a bath. I played Pathfinder. I hated Pathfinder. I've played Hunter the Reckoning, 5e specifically. It was dog ass, but I really like World of Darkness. I like how the system works. I don't like how Hunter the Reckoning worked. So on and so forth. This is my problem with TTRPGs. My players are combat players. My players, unless something clicks with them, my players very rarely get interested in story, which pisses me off because I really want to talk about story and shit. And I have one player specifically who literally wants to combat every fight, and I hate combat. I fucking hate combat at this point. But my players are not. And I keep saying this, but I'm pretty sure one of them is always in the chat every time I stream. My players are not inquisitive enough or smart enough to do anything outside of combat. Even though literally some of our best moments were because of roleplay or because combat was dissuaded. We've had some cool combat moments, but they pale in comparison to roleplay moments and other shit. At this point, I really just want to play World of Darkness, but I want to do it with a new group. I don't want to do it with my current group. I want to... What's it called? I've said this before, but people in the server, and members specifically, not just people in the server, because you don't have to renew your membership to stay in the server, unless... the rules apply to everybody. If you're an asshole, you get thrown out, regardless. But I want to drag a bunch of people who I like and trust into a World of Darkness Hunter campaign and just see how it goes, because because World of Darkness is a setting that forces you to actually think, and I really appreciate that. I would love to be a player in a World of Darkness campaign. That being said, I don't give a shit about the lore. I like homebrew stuff. I like seeing people make things, but this is me like begging and choosing. Because I'm the forever DM of my group, and I know if I stopped DMing, we would just stop doing TTRPGs every weekend, and nobody would ever pick up the slack. Thinking is scary, you're a bitch. Think. World of Darkness is literally just real life, except there's vampires and shit. I literally had one of my players, one of the only players who actually thinks and does shit. Literally, like, he knows shit about, like, security and stuff, and so they had to go steal medicine from a hospital because, they legally couldn't get it, and they couldn't get a prescription for anything. I forget why. I think they needed painkillers and shit just to fix themselves up. And he was like, okay, I'm gonna go here and get in fucking RFID scanner. I'm gonna go here. I'm gonna print out fucking get some blank ID cards. I'm gonna try to print out barcodes and shit. And he literally explained to me his entire mindset. I'm like, okay, so like there's a give and take of like you're using outside knowledge of what your character would know, but at the same time, your character would actually know this because his character was a doctor, so he knows how hospital security works. So I let it slide. But I will stop my players like dead in their tracks if they try to convince me of something, and I would just be like, your character would have no fucking idea about any of this. So like, for instance, in D&D, sailing is a big thing. I would not allow any player, if they didn't have a sailing background or some sort of proficiency, to suddenly use a boat. They could roll on a D100 and try to get super fucking lucky. But if they don't roll high enough, it's not happening. I really wanted to like Cyberpunk. I like Cyberpunk as an idea. I don't like the actual setting Mike Pondsmith wrote because I have a lot of fucking problems with it, just personally. And I don't like the game system itself. But the idea of Cyberpunk is really fun. I'm doing a D&D campaign. I made a barbarian and worked backwards. For the backstory. What does that even mean? What do you mean you worked backwards? I'm not gonna do a transfer on this fucking thing. I don't care that much. Everybody knows it's an Imperial Fist. Hey, how are you? Hello, CB. I'm fine. I'm just complaining about TTRPGs again. We didn't even do D&D yesterday. Like, I had, like, the skeleton of a session ready, but I was just, like, mentally dead. And we ended up just watching the Super Bowl together. It was funny. Pick skills and assign the backstory for how we got them. Gotcha. Is that Hunter Killer theme? It's not Hunter Killer theme, I don't think. No, it's not. Oh, it's the innards. Alright. What is there left to do? Paint those red. Put a wash all over, I think. And then... I really like how that cape looks. Even though it's so simple. Ah, fuck it, I'll do a transfer. Why not? I really wish I knew where my scissors were. Yeah, I'm doing good. I really do want to drag some people from the Discord into doing Hunter. Because I know like most people haven't played World of Darkness in the server. And I feel like that would just be really fun. But I'm going to be extremely fucking picky with who I choose. The only person right now I will say who has a guaranteed spot is Appo. And it's just keep falling over. I'm up for that if I will be available. We will see. Appo, stop being cringe. Discord is just for paid members. You just pay once, and you get access to a link. You don't have to renew to stay in the Discord. Just don't be an asshole. That's literally it. I only ever had to ban one person so far. And another person's getting very close to getting banned every single day. Which I'm noticing a theme. I usually try to hang out in there every night, if I can. Because thankfully my schedule is not so busy to where I can't do that yet. All my intercessors keep blowing up. Of course, saving for a house deposit, trying to keep expenses low. Hell yeah, brother. Get that house. Always one there is. Deadlock was fun. Deadlock was very fun, even though you were getting your ass blasted, but that's also literally not your fault. You've never played a MOBA before. It was so funny seeing you in lane. Oh, no, it wasn't you. It was Ape, I think. Ape was in lane when we were all dead and base was getting attacked, and he's just farming lane. It was so fucking funny. It's fun listening to y'all play last night. It was hell. I liked it, though. I get mad, but I get, like, funny mad. I'm never actually, like, pissed at a game. I legitimately can't remember, like, the last game I was actually, like, mad when I played it. I think it was, Overwatch. Even then, I was so bad at Overwatch, I literally, like, there was no reason for me to get mad, because I knew I was shit. I played Bastion, dude. And, like, not even, like, switch. Like, I stayed on Bastion. I didn't switch. Ever. I ended up getting a gold weapon on Bastion finally at one point. And I've been enjoying Darktide lately. I haven't played it since fucking RBDs came out, honestly. I got RBDs level 30 and I stopped playing. Until they release another, like a new weapon, or until they finally put Tech Adept in the game, I don't care. Finally did get a 7 match last night, and oh my god, the hatred that I had for Mo and Krill that game. I hate fighting Mo and Krill. Especially because you could put fucking the duration extender on his ult, which is fucked up. Like, sure, it's only 20%, but god. God, man. I'm really waiting for fucking Tech Adept to get put in the fucking game. It's the only thing I want right now. Son of a bitch. What have I been playing lately? Kind of just like Deadlock and Space Marine, honestly. I don't think I've played much else. I still need to beat Mechanicus, and I want to do a stream where I actually try to beat it. Oh, shit. There we go. I know that's not where you're supposed to put the chapter iconography, but I don't give a shit. Gun servitor for Darktide. It wouldn't be a servitor. It would be a tech adept, I feel. If it did do servitor, that's honestly just a waste. Space Marine 2 is fantastic. Space Marine 2 is a very good game. When Tech Marine comes out, I'm going to Prestige for him and then probably stop playing the game again. I'll grind stratagems and shit, but that's about it. I already have most things I want. I got the knife, I got the heavy bolt pistol, which is good for gun strike damage, and what else? I don't remember. I think I got the heavy bolter. Or some shit. I feel like I'm missing pieces on this fucking thing. Oh, I was gonna paint the what's it called? I don't remember if I was gonna do hazard stripes on this or not. I feel like I shouldn't. I think I'm just gonna do gold casing. Or like black casing would probably be better. It's a melted gun after all. Black casing and gold muzzle. Let's do that. I'm really just like waiting for a game to catch my attention because like I like Arc Raiders a lot, but I don't play with a group. And also it just got to the point where it's like the matches are based on aggression level, so if you just never attack anybody, there's going to be very few times where you actually die in a raid. And at that point you're grinding just to grind, and I don't understand, like there's like no joy to be had in that. I prestige forward bulwark finally yesterday, and my timer spread too evenly. To have gotten P4 on anything so far, on P2 or 3 on everything else. Unfortunate. Yeah, I'm I don't know. I'm waiting for another game to catch my attention, because at this point it's really just like I'm just trying to be more focused on my hobby and my channel than I am playing video games. Which kind of sucks because I love playing video games, but like outside of game night, which we thankfully had a game, impromptu game night last night, and that was very fun. I do want to try and actually be more consistent on that. I want to try to do one every 2 weeks at the least. Am I going to be able to do that? Probably not, but this channel makes money, so I can at least try to dedicate some time to it. It would be better if my job allowed me to take like 1 week off of work. Because and just like supplement that with the money that I get off of YouTube. Right now it doesn't. But you know, there's also always that hope that YouTube will make enough money for me to just quit. And you can help by becoming a member. No, I'm fucking with you. I thought Horse Heresy caught your attention? Yeah, but Horse Heresy isn't a video game. I'm talking about video games. My friends have literally been planning to play Horus Heresy for like almost a year, and none of them bit the bullet. And we all finally decided we were going to learn last weekend, and we did it, and it was very fun. I just want to say, I love your work, and you seem like a cool dude. Channel has like inspired me to get off my ass and get my channel going. Yes, do it. Do it. Start a channel. It's fun. Even if it doesn't matter if you don't get any fucking views. I'd be doing this shit even if I didn't get views. Having your own project and like sharing it to people is fucking fantastic, and I cannot stress that enough. We live in a fucking day and age where you could just put shit out there and other people will like it. All right, there's money in there. Thank you for the $5. I was more excited about the message. Yes, I got comments about that shit too. The people saying like, you inspired me to start my own channel. Like, yes, do it. Fucking do it. Do it. Do it. Do it. Do it. Do it. Everybody has an audience somewhere. Once again, using the biggest fucking brush I can for the tiniest little bit of trim. Because I'm a fucking psychopath. It's up. Currently editing my first lore podcast. Fuck yeah. Error 2014 and 2002 is sucking my enjoyment from Darktide. I literally don't know how people get errors, so I have no advice for that. A few streams on there currently. Grim Dice Studio if you want to swing by a podcast one. Once podcast one is up, I will go ahead and take a look at it. When the first one is up. When the first one is up, tell me because I have an awful memory and I will immediately forget. You know what's funny is like yesterday I had a moment of what was it? And I'm not trying to be like, oh, woe's me, but it's just like kind of funny in this context. What is it? Where I was just like, damn, I'm about to hit 30 and I haven't dated in like 7 years. And then I had another moment, and like 10 minutes later, I had a moment of being like, dude, being single fucking kind of rocks. Not gonna lie, I don't have to fucking worry about anybody but myself. This is fantastic. If I was dating somebody, I don't think I could ever do this channel. Now that it actually makes money, I'm pretty sure, like, it's probably, assuming that, you know, whoever I find isn't a psychopath, but would understand that I have to at least focus on the channel. But yeah. You a Halo fan? I think Halo is interesting. I wouldn't necessarily call myself a fan. My love began and died with Reach. There's cool elements to Halo, but it's not my favorite sci-fi universe out there. And to be fair, I don't even know if I particularly have a favorite sci-fi universe because I don't really count 40K as that. What's your favorite sci-fi universe? Like, I'm trying to think, like, legitimately, I'm trying to think, because it's like, I like elements of Titanfall, right? But I also, like, there's, like, a lot of parts of Titanfall that I don't like, and I also don't like that the Frontier universe, whatever you want to call it, transitions to Apex, and is very Apex-focused. Because, like, the idea of, like, the war is over and Titans are no longer needed is insane to me. Like, unless every war in the Frontiers universe is fought through orbital bombardment, I don't understand why you would ever stop making Titans. I feel like building a house is easier than dating. Fucking real, dude. But it was, what's it called? I can't think of the... Like, I like Titanfall. Titanfall is cool. I'm trying to think of other sci-fi universes because, like... As much as I like sci-fi as, like, a concept, I don't really, like, consume much sci-fi media. It's gotten to a point where it's just, like, I'm more interested in, like, just, like, esoteric stuff. Like, stuff that could be, like, considered sci-fi, but also isn't. Like, I don't know how to explain it. Like, my favorite film is Mad God. If you want to go watch an experience, go watch Mad God by Phil Tippett. It's stop motion, so get ready for that, but I really like it. What other sci-fi universes are there? I know there's a bunch. That's an interesting film. I really like it. Genuinely, like, tied for, like, my favorite film of all time. Because it gets to a point where it's just, like, letting the film, like, because there's, like, no dialogue in that entire film. Letting it speak for itself does much better than if they were ever to put any dialogue inside of it. Because there is, like, some dialogue, but it's so fucking limited. Like Titanfall. I'm really trying to think about Star Trek as sci-fi. I don't like Star Trek. Oh, Star Wars is sci-fi, but it's like it's in the same vein of like Warhammer, where it's like weird sci-fi fantasy because it's literally like the hero's journey and shit going on in there. But Star Wars is pretty up there for me. You can thank my autistic friend for explaining Star Wars to me a lot more, because I like part of me wants to also like run a setting in Star Wars, but I'm not nearly autistic enough to actually do that. And if I were to do it, it would be in like how do you describe it? An undefined like slot of time. So like Galactic Empire, like the 20 years when Luke was growing up, or after the Galactic Empire, where like it's almost lawless, where the New Republic is trying to get its footing. Because I already have like character ideas and stuff that I want to do for a setting like that. It's funny because I don't know if anybody has been to like the Galaxy's Edge or whatever. Space opera. Yeah, space opera is what you would call it. So there's elements of sci-fi, and depending on which media of Star Wars you consume, it's more sci-fi than it is fantasy. It just changes, which is what makes Star Wars cool. Is that it can technically be anything you want. You have space western in Mandalorian. You have space opera in fucking the original trilogy. You have fucking like borderline Bourne Identity action thrillers in Andor. And then, I mean, fucking Star Wars Visions, you literally have Star Wars anime. You have, like, Kurosawa shit, and you also have, like, fucking, literally just Trigger making Star Wars anime. And/or the political thriller. I wouldn't necessarily call it a political thriller. Have you seen how many people were dying in that shit? A political thriller is like House of Cards. This is fucking, like Jack Reacher type shit. Coruscant is bleak, some very cyberpunk life. That's what I really liked about Andor, is that, like, Coruscant, when, like, okay, so, like, most people who come to this channel, especially me, are around the same age, like, 20s, like, 20s to 30s. So most of us, we've seen the lens of Coruscant through the prequels and Clone Wars, where it's, like, it's just, like, this giant, heavily, I don't want to say industrialized, but heavy quotations, like, cosmopolitan sci-fi super city. And then when you watch things like Andor or the later seasons of Clone Wars, you really do get that cyberpunk life going on with it. And it's cool how it's like, yes, these all exist in the same place. Because Coruscant, the idea of it, as far as I'm concerned, was written in like a fucking journal that George had before Blade Runner ever came out. But you could literally transition Blade Runner straight into Coruscant and it works flawlessly. Because Star Wars is, while sci-fi is still a very open setting to allow you to do whatever you want with it, almost. It's lifted from transfer from Asimov's Foundation, but more dystopian. Yeah, whatever the hell that was. I agree. I like your funny words, Magic Man. Yeah, I know there's RPG guides for Star Wars. The problem is that not all of them are compatible with Foundry Virtual Tabletop, which at a certain point I would just have to suck it up. Oh, with Star Wars, the main thing that grabs my attention is my main boy, all bias, all hype, General Grievous. The Clone Wars as a whole was cool. His droids and clones type of dope. Like, I watched Clone Wars when it was coming out. I'll have to Google Foundry. Some people make stuff for Foundry, some people pirate stuff for Foundry. It just depends whether or not someone's put in the work to do it. But, like, there is a Star Wars thing in there. I forget which it is. It might be Fantasy Flights, which I've heard is not good. But for, like, Star Wars, Clone Wars specifically, I was literally watching that when it came out. I watched the first episode when it came out, and I watched that shit week after week. I don't remember when I stopped watching it, but it was around, I want to say I stopped watching it around the fucking, what was it? Which season? I don't remember, but it was like midway through, I want to say, because it's like 8 seasons. Heavy quotations, 8 seasons, because the last season is like 4 actual good episodes and 2 episodes that are just trash, and I don't know why they're there. But going from fucking like Yoda just like dunking on battle droids in the first ever episode to victory and death. Genuinely some of the greatest pieces of media I've ever seen. And I think Victory and Death is probably the greatest episode of TV I've ever watched. Because it literally it captures, I think, because like, Order 66 is a giant pivotal point in the Star Wars universe. To the point where so many Jedi dying actually, like, physically affected Force users. I say Force users, mostly Jedi, because there was only 2 Sith at the time. But so many Jedi dying actively affected Force users. And it's now being showed off a lot more. It showed off in Mandalorian. It showed off in the Jedi Survivor games. It was showed off in Clone Wars. And it's still just insane how all these people endured the same exact moment. And it showed in a different lens almost every time. Because we went from, like I said, like, the beginning of Clone Wars, like, Clone Wars was for kids. That's the entire point. And then you get to the end for Victory and Death, and it captures that fucking feeling of, like, space opera again that Revenge of the Sith had. Because you could talk as much shit about the prequels as much as you want. Because, like, in my opinion, the only bad prequel is Episode 1. But that's until you get to Ray Park being Darth Maul, and then it's literally, the entire movie was fucking worth it. But, the scene where Anakin and the 501st are literally marching on the Jedi Temple is the hardest shit. 2 is okay, exactly. I don't remember 2 being that bad. And then 3 was just like, 3 had problems, but 3 was also fucking peak. The Siege of Mandalore arc was incomprehensibly good, I swear. It's fucking outstanding to me because, like, I was watching the last season because, like, I wanted to see the Siege of Mandalore. Because I don't know if I said this before, Mandalorians are my favorite part of Star Wars. The Mandalorian, I don't care how bad Season 3 is, The Mandalorian is my favorite Star Wars show of all time. I don't give a fuck how much better Andor is in terms of quality overall. Mandalorian is I still love Mandalorian more, but and so I watched what's it called? I can't use my brain. I watched the last season because I really just wanted to see the Siege of Mandalore and see how that played out, because I knew about it, I didn't know how it ended. And then Victory and Death happens. And then you get that last scene in Victory and Death. It's just like, this was all fucking worth it. Was so good. I really want to... What's it called? I really want to do a Star Wars TTRPG for, like... I kind of want to do it with my players because not a lot of them know about Star Wars. Only one of them does. And it sucks because I lost one of my players because he just got disinterested in TTRPGs, which, fucking whatever, I don't blame him. That's his choice. But I really wanted to, like, do something with a player, like, because my rule would be I will allow a Jedi, but I'll only allow one. And I wanted it to be, like, not necessarily Jedi Survivor, but I guess Cal Kestis is, like, the easiest comparison of, you were a fucking, like, a child Padawan, you were a youngling, and you survived Order 66, and you're trying to learn how to become a Jedi on your own, and we'll see how that journey goes. But I want to do that with somebody who knows nothing about Star Wars, and see how they interpret that. Because especially with stuff like that, I want to go more roleplay heavy rather than combat heavy, and I want somebody who, like, knows nothing about Star Wars to, like, learn what, like, to you, what does it mean to be a force of good in the galaxy? Do you even believe that there is a light side and a dark side to the Force, if any? Obviously, they would run into some sort of a teacher, teaching archetype, to, like, nudge them in certain directions, but the choice is still ultimately theirs. Have you ever played the old KOTOR games? No, because I am a human being who likes games that actually function. If they ever remaster them, that'd be cool. If not, I don't care. Also, I don't even know if KOTOR's canon anymore. I don't know how people played some games with how their control schemes worked. What's the story with Purdy? How much time you got, Doctor? Well, Doctor, I'll start it when I was born. Alright, I chugged my entire energy drink. I now need to fucking lock in while the heart palpitations are kicking strong. Last shot of Jesse's helmet is my lock screen. Up until GTA 6, it had a really nice orange-purple gradient. Nice. I'm at the Proxy. It's just it's supposed to be Dio, and it turns out Perturabo is not that big, and Perturabo's scenic base and Abaddon's base are 60 millimeters. So this is my Abaddon and my Perturabo Proxy. Also, he's wearing an Iron Warriors banner on his back because there's a story behind that. I'm going back and I'm rewriting the Broken Tower video script, so that way people who want to watch that will have that at some point. I'm not going to release that until 10K though, even though the channel is kind of slowing in subscriber numbers. I don't want to just release it and just leave it at that. I want to do it at 10K. But dude, I have so many ideas for like TTRPGs. I want to do a Trench Crusade campaign. I want to do a campaign in like Forever Winter style. I want to do Star Wars. I want to do a bunch of other shit, but I literally like just don't have the time or the player interest. Well, in my group, one of them is clueless for any Lord of the Rings news jokes. That's the perfect person to try and get to be a fucking Aragorn archetype. I love, because your players also have to be willing to do it, and that's the thing that sucks, is that my players aren't willing to do a lot of things unless it's combat wise. But I feel like would be the cool thing of just like somebody who hasn't like dealt with this type of media or something like that before, and then you set them up to go on a journey similar to a character that you know about or you like, and just seeing how they go with it. I know 30k big characters have scenic and smaller bases. Are there different rules? The rule is that you're supposed to play with a smaller base, but most people play with a scenic base. It's a narrative game, it doesn't matter. It ain't much, but it's honest work. Thank you, I appreciate it. You know, dude, I have so many TTRPG ideas. If I quit my job, I'll have more time to do that stuff, which would be really fun. All right. Pretty sure this is Hunter Killer. No, it's not. Same goal, yeah. Also, like, I obviously, I would want to try to upload those campaigns as well. I have to make a separate channel for that, but It would also just require so much editing. Especially because I would have to just preface to my players like, hey, don't fucking cuss so much and say obscene shit. I would have to probably hire an editor for that, and I really don't fucking want to hire an editor right now because the channel does not make enough money to warrant that. And I don't want to ask someone to edit shit for free because that just seems cruel. But eventually. I don't know. Don't fucking cuss, exactly. I'm talking about for a long form, filming a campaign style video. The amount of obscene shit people say makes it hard for me to I say this all the time. We can't stream game night anymore. Yesterday's game night wasn't so bad, but first game night was awful and a horrendous idea. One campaign I want to run is either set in D&D or Pathfinder, and by session 4, have Nagash break into the universe and consume the God of the Dead and start one of his funny rituals. I had a campaign where that basically happened. The God of Death that ended up getting shattered was reborn, and the players were responsible for trying to take care of him and try to set him on the right path again. Should probably put white in there to start off with. That'd probably be helpful. Also put black in those eye lenses. I can't believe you made your players try to redeem the Nightbringer. Warhammer Fantasy, not 40k. Wrong guy. Nah, his name was what was his name? His name was Uriza. This is the story that ended up happening. So, players went to a desert kingdom, ended up fighting orcs. Orcs got slammed back to the tribes, and one of the orcs was a necromancer. They ended up finding him later on, and the necromancer was actually the part of a death cult, and he was trying to resurrect his old god. The only problem is that he only had a fragment of his god, and ended up completing the ritual at the cost of getting himself killed. But he's undead, so he was going to show up later anyways. The players ended up finding this god, and it was the fragment of a god that was shoved into basically a kid. I say a kid, it was more like a teenager. And he was confused, had no idea who the fuck he was, and was just scared of everything. And they ended up taking care of him for a little bit, but the longer he was in that body, his power started to come back to him, and it literally got to a point where he had a decaying aura around him. And they learned that because one of the players touched him, and they aged by 50 years. Thankfully, they were a half-elf, so it wasn't that bad. Anyways, they ended up finding they ended up how to describe it? That NPC ended up willingly imprisoning himself. That was until his cult ended up finding him and kidnapped him and took him away. And then I forgot what happened to him campaign 2, but campaign 2 he was alive, I think. I think they were just keeping him hidden. What happened? Or he ended up getting killed again. I can't remember, because the cult of the undead ended up having a schism. And then the one guy ends up, and then one of the big bads ended up fucking transcending into becoming the Gash, and the players had to fight him. And I had one of my players with Hand of Dust because he didn't show up that day, so I just killed his character. So I said it before, and this is my threat to my players: if you don't show up, I will do heinous things to your character while you're gone. I need more yellow. Apple, you've played in RPGs before, right? Oh, speaking of Hunter and supernatural RPGs, I also want to do an RPG where Appo's the only person who knows much about this setting, but when I was talking to you, saying like how I got interested in writing supernatural stuff when I was in like high school or whatever. Without getting too deep into it, the setting where it's the forces of hell that are divided into houses and shit like that. I like the concept of what was it? I like the I like the concept of like telling players like you're all demons and you think that's like super sick and exciting, and then you realize that you're literally like working a 9 to 5 underneath a hell corporation, and that's your life. It's entertaining to me. I don't know if it would be so entertaining to a bunch of other people, but I feel like there's ways I could do it where it would be comedic and fun. A semi less serious campaign. I work a 9 to 5 under a hell corporation. You don't work a 9 to 5, but I was putting yellow over here on his mask. Yeah, eventually I want to do campaigns for the Discord. Reminds me of the game Death and Taxes. Nice. I work at 24 to 5. You really do, though. It's hilarious. But, yeah. Too many ideas for RPGs. That being said, the good thing is that because I have so many ideas, I'll always have something to do. It's just finding the right people to do it with. Yeah, doing fucking, what's it called? Doing Pathfinder, that shit was awful. As much as, like, it kind of sucks that I put a lot of effort into that world. I also just, like, have a problem with just, like, personally just, like, scaling shit. I want to keep people at the lower levels, but I also know that they get super bored when they're at low levels. But I also just, like, need to, like, force myself to commit and keep people. Can't believe I'm joining the Discord once I'm home. Hey, man. That's your own fault. You ever had your boss bang on your door at 4 a.m. To dig through your dirty underwear for drugs and alcohol? No, because I don't put myself in a situation where that happens. Simply not my issue. I really want to do something Trench Crusade related, but I don't know if I personally can do Trench Crusade justice. Oh, there's Hunter Killer. Do drugs, kids. Great advice for life, frankly. Oh, I don't have any gold. I love this track. The entire Forever Winter soundtrack would be fantastic for Trench Crusade. Especially this. It's just like you're in no man's land and you hear a fucking Warwolf Assault Beast, and it's just like, congratulations, boys. You're half a mile away from your own trench line. Pray to God you survive. I really need to find a setting that works for Trench Crusade because, like, Morkborg is interesting, but the problem with Morkborg is that there's not enough stuff for players to care about. Because you're designed to be expendable. Trench Crusade in the winter? Well, I mean, at some point, Trench Crusade would happen in the winter, yes. But it's also just like the... Because I think I need to, like, preface this. In every RPG that I run, you are, like... You may not be the hero, because in the grand... this is like a really shitty way of explaining it. Here's a better way of explaining it. In RPGs I run, you're not the chosen one, but you are the hero. You're not invincible, but you're supposed to be the person who's trying to make right in the world. And I feel like I would need to preface that if I ever did a Trench Crusade one, because like there's the forces of hell, and so like you're not dealing with the forces of hell, because when the forces of hell show up, it's going to be all kinds of fucked up. And I already have in my mind like an idea of how it would be fighting the legions of hell. Because a lot of people would probably think like, oh, it's just going to be normal combat. It's just like, no. You're fighting people who stood at the gates of hell, got caught on fire, and didn't die. This isn't normal combat. You are fighting the scum of the earth. Get ready for that shit. Like, I already know what I want the first encounter to be like, and I'm going to tell you right now, the first encounter is not open warfare. Mr. Baby Belt, exactly. Your fucking, your little fetus tied to your belt. I love that art so much. I love the Hell Legionnaires. They're just so fucking cool. You're fighting people who are such assholes and degenerates that they survived accessing hell. Yep. Oh, wait till you fucking, like, just, like, the idea of, like, fighting an anointed. Can you kill one? Yes. You're also basically fighting a Chaos Space Marine. And you don't have, like, a bolter or shit like that. There's other shit. It's just like, how do you fight an artillery witch? You don't fight an artillery witch. That's just a modifier. That's just someone's throwing bombs at you and you can never fight them. Hell isn't nearly as fashionable enough. Plague Knights are cool, though. Black Grail would be awful to fight because it's just to a point where it's just like, if you get close, you're basically dying. There would be so much death in the Trench Crusade campaign, but it would also make it, like, more fun, in a way. But I also don't want to like rob people of like big character moments. I feel like if I had to do a Trench Crusade campaign, it would end up being like, okay, we're going to use the basis of one game, and I'm homebrewing everything else. Because I feel like I can't do classes or stuff like that in Trench Crusade, and it's just like you earn things narratively, which I guess Morkborg would be good for that. But like I said, in Morkborg, you just die. So I would probably have to do some sort of like a fucked up 5e conversion. And I don't want to put that much more stress on my players. Yeah. There's a bunch of other shit like that. Brother, no. What do you mean, brother, no? You don't wanna fight the Plague Knights? You don't wanna fight the Lord of Tumors? No, this is the not 5e big. If you fucking deal with it, you're not gonna be in it. There you go. There you go, Matt. You're not in the campaign. Good luck. Look into Wrath and Glory for a base. I played Wrath and Glory. I forgot to mention that. I played Wrath and Glory. I have problems with Wrath and Glory. Especially with the fact that I'm going to have to homebrew everything. And this is the thing about 5e, and I'm just gonna go ahead and say it. 5e is easy, and you can convert it very easily. That's why 5e is good. I don't have to fucking jump through hoops and ladders to figure shit out. And this is the thing that I was talking about. I can't do classes in a Trench Crusade setting because, like, how do I explain this? So this is my concept for a Trench Crusade campaign. There is a very real possibility that a player straight up becomes a saint. You can't do that in terms of a class. Or like another person, maybe they end up becoming a sniper priest. Or maybe another player, maybe they end up doing fucking Metachrist Communion and you become a communicant. There's no classes for that. I have a third-party supplement for 5e that is based entirely around Irish mythology. That's so random. Someone has peak autism. Becoming a saint would be insane. Yeah, it would be. That's why, like, I couldn't do classes or stuff like that in a Trench Crusade setting. Like, at the start, you're all basic infantry. Where you go from there, it depends. I would also need to just, like, open it up to be like, You could be the forces of New Antioch, the forces of the Trench Pilgrims, or someone from the Iron Sultanate, which would be cool. I've been playing weekly for 3 years, but I think there's better systems for Trench Crusade. You know, okay, find me one. Because there's one system that I know about that's not on Foundry, and I don't want to fucking bother with that shit. Monkey DM has made a Trench Crusade 5e sheets. Excuse you? I'm going to look this up. I have to get up and go to my computer now. Give me a second. I'll be back briefly. I am being called. I returned, and we are going to take a brief intermission from painting because I have food, and I actually want to show it off a little bit because it's one of my favorite things that we make. Assuming this is going to close. Close enough. It's supposed to be in a bowl, but this is a sushi bowl. My family did not feel like washing dishes, which is fine. Being able to share with the class, you're a fucking grown-ass human being. Go get yourself food. This is mine. It's pretty good. I really like this stuff. It's also one of the only ways to get me to eat vegetables because I hate vegetables. Did you find the Trench Crusade sheets? No, because hold on. Is it Monkey DM? Let me go look at it. Monkey D Luffy? Anyways, I have not found it. Look real quick. I want to eat my food. Yeah, Monkey DM. I followed their Patreon, so that way I'll go look at that shit. I had a cheddar gyro for dinner. But yeah. He's still working on it, it seems. So I'm gonna have to wait on that, which kind of sucks, but whatever. I will be back briefly. Something just came up. It should only be a minute. All right, there we go. First line, Jabir, that's a starting point. Yeah, that's all I saw. He had posted up, which, glad that he's doing it, but also, I don't mean to be that guy. I'm a DM. I can make stat blocks every fucking day for a week. I've had to make a shit ton. All right, the food disappears until I take more bites out of it, then I will place it back down. But yeah, it's cool. I like it. I'm glad someone's doing it. But, oh god. I just feel like for what I have in mind, classes don't work. You're just a dude, and that's how it should be. Just want to help in ways I can. I appreciate that. I'm just saying, I thought he had more. Maybe some kind of backgrounds to the classes. It would have to be backgrounds, yeah. Because that's what I like about D&D is that backgrounds, nobody pays attention to them, but backgrounds give you abilities. You talk about the new leader customization for Maelstrom. It's going to go away next edition, so I don't really care that much. It'd be cool if they kept it, but they're not going to, because that encourages people to kit bash, which for some reason GW doesn't seem to like the idea of people buying more of their kits to make their own custom characters, which is weird. In my tables, Curse of Strahd campaign, I use my character background all the time. Good. That's how it should be. Your character background, so this is my concept for like a party in a Trench Crusade, is the idea of like if you know the lore about Trench Crusade, you know about Janissaries. Janissaries in real life were like the guards / secret police to the Sultan, and they were comprised of Christian children who were taken as babies and indoctrinated into the Ottoman Empire. And then the leader customization. There's a whole Warcom article about it. The new book that's coming out, the Maelstrom book, is going to let you create custom characters. That not legal for tournament use, but who gives a shit? Anyways, that's literally all they talked about. There's like some things, but it's not fully out yet, and I'm pretty sure it's only supposed to be used in Crusade and not match play or open play games. Maybe it is. Who knows? Not the point. But like Janissaries in Trench Crusade, instead of being what's it called? I can't use the instead of being like kidnapped Christian children, they're children who are kidnapped from the like settlements around the Hellgate. So literally demon children who are taken into the Sultanate, trained, raised, and alchemically changed into being warriors of of the Sultan. And I like the idea of like that, like it doesn't necessarily make you stronger in one way, but I enjoy the concept of like as your character background, if you're a Janissary, you have knowledge of both the Sultanate, but you also have knowledge of the Hell settlements. And because of that, a lot of people in the Sultanate are not really trustworthy of you, but you have a lot more information than most people have access to. Is there rules for your background in your group for Trench Crusade when you're creating a group for Trench Crusade? The only rule I have is that you have to be part of the Faithful. You cannot be part of the Forces of Hell for obvious reasons. Dude, there's like 50 fucking groups in New Antioch. So like you're covered for shit. Or like another idea that I had is like if you're a trench pilgrim, your background could literally be like sometimes you hear a voice. You don't know if it's God, you don't know if it's an angel, you don't know if it's a saint, but sometimes you hear a voice and it warns you about shit. And it's always right. You know, like you could have a thing where it's like once per game you could ask the voice a question. So that way I'm not like always needed to like just like randomly tell you shit. And it'll always give you an answer 100% right. Trench Crusade character that's an atheist. That's the stupidest fucking thing I've ever heard of. I had a friend who, when we were doing World of Darkness, he's like, I want to play a character who has like Viking ancestry or whatever, and he prays to Odin, and I'm sitting here like, okay, dude, so this is a setting where God is real. Like this isn't a theological debate. God, angels, the devil, demons, vampires, and werewolves are real. And you're telling me that somehow your character maintains pagan beliefs? No. Like, just no. I don't know what to tell you other than just no. What about Iron Sultanate Alchemist? There's levels to it, so yeah. Like, obviously you're not a fucking, like, a master alchemist or anything like that, but you probably have at least, like, the basic understandings, and probably part of your character arc is literally doing the trials to become an alchemist, which includes making that weird little homunculus thing that could literally kill you and wear your skin. That'd be fun. That would be fun. But I also just like the idea of like someone's character arc, depending on if they stay on a certain path, could literally end with them becoming a saint. It's like being an atheist in regular D&D when the gods provable exist, exactly. Which is why I find the idea of like I assume you said that as a joke, Apo, for obvious reasons, but like, just like, no. No. It's not how that works. Matt the Jam Man has sent me a 15 terabyte virus. Alright, that's a big ass document. I'll read that later. Going to make beasties. It's cool. I really wanted. I'm between like trying to do something with Trench Crusade, but it's also just like my players need to all like understand and agree that it's going to be rough because we're trying to make other settings work for it, and there's not an emphasis on like character class and progression, because your character progression should be what happens with you narratively, not like, oh, I leveled up, because that's not fun. Obviously there would be levels for the sake of like getting more health and shit, but that's besides the point. unless we just decide not to do that, and you're always like at threat of dying to a single bullet. I didn't read it all, but it could worm. I assume you mean it could work. I don't know. I didn't read it at all. I have it on my second monitor, but my second monitor's too far away. Worm. My chud best friend playing a feudal shaman in our space game. What the fuck? It just sounds unfun. Unless you're doing it for a bit. But yeah. I really want to do Trench Crusade, and I also really want to do World of Darkness again. World of Darkness would be easier, but I really like Trench Crusade. As long as the focuses don't be assholes and have fun, I'm down for pretty much anything. We gotta be in the Discord first. But that's besides the point. Also, like I said, I'm gonna be picky with people who join, because I've been trying my best to be in the Discord so I can meet everybody, so I know who's going, like, who I would want. Right now, the only person I really want around is Appo. You legit didn't have a vacuum suit? What the fuck? Why? Why? Why Appa over me? You trauma dump. I'm joking. No, you have a fucking turbulent schedule, and I don't know where you're going to be in a year from now. I don't want to have to... I don't, like... This sounds mean. How do I say this without it sounding mean? I don't want to invest stuff into somebody's character, and then they're just gone, because then we never get to see the payoff, which fucking sucks. Because I had that happen with a player, and that sucked. For me and him. He came back briefly, and his character just died. Which sucked even more. I already have one player who's out every 2 weeks, so he's missing a lot of sessions, and it's to a point where it's like, to make sure he doesn't miss stuff, we basically just have like 2 sessions a month now, instead of 4. And I've been moving and I've been busy, so we actually haven't had a session for a very long time. No, we had a session like 2 weeks ago. And this is the other thing, and this is just like a time requirement, it would be Sundays. So like if you don't have time for a Sunday, you just can't play, because that's the only time I have time. Grim, it's fine. Do your thing. You good. Sunday's perfect for me. I know Sunday's perfect to you. Sunday's also perfect for me. I think Sunday's okay for Appo. I'm not religious, bro. I do my shit in the afternoon. Church isn't a problem. What about me? I don't know, Ritz, are you off Sundays? Yeah, I would like to do a Discord campaign. I'm a student. Yeah, I mean, how long are you gonna be in school for, brother? Did I have school? Did I have school on the weekends when I was in college? I don't remember. I don't even know if my campus was open during weekends. I couldn't make Sunday's boss. That's unfortunate. Hope that doc helps. It probably will. I'll go look into it. D&D campaign set in a Japanese high school. Someone flay Taylor. Someone take his fucking skin. Or her. Taylor's a unisex name. We don't judge here. We just take the skin. I don't have work set days. I work Sundays. Sometimes I don't. It wouldn't be till the afternoon anyway, so it's not like it would matter. Because most people are usually off during the afternoon. Nah, just kidding. Nah. Take his fucking skin. I am an it. Get it right? I'm not gonna fucking pay attention enough to care about that. I don't care what's in your pants. All I care about is your skin. I actually had a friend who mods turned him into a chair. I actually have a friend who's non-binary, and I mean they fucked up because they introduced themselves to me as something else. And it was funny because I told him like I'm gonna try to remember that, but just keep in mind you literally told me you were one thing, and now for like years, and now you're telling me you're the other. This is gonna give me. You're gonna have to give me a little bit. I'm the grandpa who voted for George Bush in 2000, but I'm really trying to be supportive of your life choices. Not to get political, not to get political or anything, but what the fuck is oatmeal? Too much of an old man to remember people's names, let alone anything else. Hell yeah, brother. Yeah. I feel like Trench Crusade is going to be the thing I work on the most, assuming that for some reason Trench Crusade doesn't crash and burn in the next year, which even if it does, I still like the setting. I'm surprised I'm surprised given all the stuff that happened, Trench Crusade didn't crash and burn. You got all these fucking people who are all doom and gloom about it. It's just like, yeah, they fucked up, but people still like the game. You still got motherfuckers, like, I'm gonna say, I've met more people who play Trench Crusade than fucking, also I'm talking about hyperbole, Apo, use your ears. I met more people who play Trench Crusade, just randomly, than anybody who's ever played a fucking Corvus Belli game. Like, nobody on my shop knows what fucking Infinity is, dude. The art is solid. It's still hilarious to see the Corpo speedrun. I mean, fucking, are you expecting them to just stay indie forever? This is my problem with the Corpo speedrun thing, and I guess technically speaking, my problem with that one video. I'm not gonna say who made it, and I'm not trying to hate on them because they made very good, valid points. But my problem with that video is just like, Corpo speedrun is like, yeah, they have to expand. They have to grow in accordance with how much people want their product. It was like 5 dudes in one company that was just handed like $5 million. Oh, the DMC takedowns are... Oh, yeah, that's bullshit. That's the one part of the video I completely agree with. Outside of that, yeah, of course things are gonna get fucked up. I feel like my biggest thing is the DMC takedowns, which is one. And the second thing is, like, they wasted so much time making a rulebook that was gonna get out of date anyways. I understand the purpose of the rulebook was that it had lore and art in it, but I feel like at that point you just make, like, a Trench Crusade lore art primer and not a rulebook. I feel like that's what you do at that point. Because we waited God knows how many months for 1.0 to come out. And it was just, it was certainly 1.0. It hasn't been enough for me to get back into trying to teach people the game. But it also didn't change the it's also kind of a good thing it didn't change the game drastically enough to where I have to reteach everybody the game. Yeah, no, the DMC takedowns are absolute bullshit. I agree with that. But this is what this is why I get into the thing of, like, I like Trench Crusade, I don't like Factory Fortress. Same way as, like, I like Warhammer, I don't like Games Workshop. There's a difference. I can like the IP and the product, I don't have to like the people who make it. Which is why which is my other problem with it. But this is like just me, like, people getting onto a technicality sort of deal, and I just sound like a fucking asshole. Where it's like, obviously they're talking about Factory Fortress and they're not talking about Trench Crusade itself. My problem I have with people when they try to attack Trench Crusade is, like, people will make the argument for Trench Crusade of being like, it's just fucking, like, edgy, it's just edgy fucking, what's it called, grimdark slop that pokes fun at religion. And it's like, no, it's actually really well written and interesting. But sure, man, I didn't hear about the DMCAs. I'm gonna say this right now. There's been, like, I think 2 groups that got DMCA'd by Factory Fortress, because I have a lot of files from other people who make stuff, and guess what? Their stuff is still up there. I think it was like 2 main groups that ended up getting DMCA'd. That was it. The biggest problem is that apparently they use, like, an AI DMCA takedown service, which is just fucking bullshit, and I hate it. That's stupid. Trench Crusade is peak. Trench Crusade is peak, which is why I love it. They went after models that are making art based off the artworks, even though they haven't fulfilled the Kickstarter orders, and many of the prints were extremely badly. Yes, that's all. That's all fucking them partnering up with Only Games, which is the stupidest fucking thing they could have done. Because Only Games already had a reputation beforehand. I don't know how they fucking, and they literally, if you're following the Trench Crusade thing, if you're following their Instagram, they literally posted saying they partnered up with like 5 different fucking companies to do their resin printing because of how bad Only Games fucked up. Isn't there a plan for them to sell a license? Yes, apparently that's coming out this year. I don't know if it's coming out this month or not. Well, yeah, now they're doing plastic kits, but until everything is plastic, right now they pivoted to like 5 other companies that are going to be doing resin printing for people who want to buy physical things until the plastic kits are out. And guess what? If fucking Trench Crusade didn't make God knows how much fucking millions of dollars, we would never be in this position where we're able to get plastic kits for our shit, which is fantastic. Am I sad that I'm not going to be getting all my things in 3D printed files? Yes, but I also wasn't buying official Trench Crusade files to begin with. I only have some because some of my friends wanted things printed. I went and I bought third-party shit. And I'm glad that Factory Fortress is putting out a 3D printing like proxy license for the game. I just hope it isn't predatory, which I feel like it's not going to be. I just hope it isn't. I'm hopeful for the future of this game. I already knew it was going to be rough going in, but it's never easy. Fans keep it alive, not the company. I mean, to a degree, yeah. There's a give and there's a take. If we're talking about just like in terms of like people like spending money in it, obviously yes, but a company can't just kill a game if they so choose. That happens a lot in the miniature scene. A lot of games just die because the company stops supporting it, even though there's like a sizable fan base. Like Guild Ball died. I would never played Guild Ball. I don't care. If you're the kind of person who likes those games, I frankly think you're an old man. But Old World's too, yeah. But Old World was like actively declining in terms of players. Like badly. I know it's probably been talked about before how you feel about the custom characters in 40k. It's only here for like 4 months. I don't care. If they maintain it into the next edition, that'd be pretty cool. However, I just don't give a shit. I think it's like locked to Crusade, which Crusade is just bad. Crusade's not good. I don't know if you're going to be allowed to use it in match play or open play. If you are, that'd be nice, but I doubt it. Will I fuck around with it? Absolutely. But past that, Paint was outselling OG Warhammer Fantasy. That's not even surprising at all. That's so unsurprising. I don't even remember why Warhammer Fantasy was like falling out of favor. Like people just stopped playing it. I think it's because the edition was like bad. You can use it in open play if your opponent allows it. If my opponent wants to play a game, they're gonna have to allow it. Because you can either play me or you can play the other weirdos at the shop. Because there's some fucking weirdos. Not just not tournaments, yeah, but like that should be obvious. You can't use it in tournaments. It'd be wild if they just like flat out just said like, yeah, you can use this shit in tournaments. Have fun. Everyone's gonna have a fucking weird custom orc character. I cannot recommend enough to try non-citadel. Paint's brother. Take a look at my screen. Because there's like non-citadel shit all over my desk. I got one thing of Agrax Earthshade, which is bad, so I actually need to throw this away. Vallejo is outstanding. Ignore the fact that it's made with slave labor, but I play Iron Warriors, so I don't care. Agrax is good for gold for me. I use oh, something on the mic. I use Agrax for my gold, and I also throw it all over my demon engines just to differentiate them from my infantry. Army Painter's working well. Army Painter's good. I mean, I'm a fan of Army Painter. I think the War Paints is a pretty good range. I just don't have the interest in jumping full onto a whole other paint range. Because until Vallejo, until like I'm like all the old model, not model color, all the old game color is gone, which is my favorite paint, I'm gonna stick with Vallejo. AP has some solid effects too. Fuck is AP? Oh, Army Painter. I just make ranges. I want color match. I don't give a fuck about the range. I just want color match. I love their John Blanche set. I have opinions on that man. He's okay. I think he's a bit of a dick, but like that's also just like British people in general. I think he can be a bit of an ass in some of his opinions and shit. But he's also just like old and doesn't give a fuck, so you know, respect. I also have Turbo Dork paints. That's what I paint my blades with. I've shown him off before, but basically fantasy diodium, I guess, is what he is. But yeah, I have the Turbo Shift on my sword, Galaxia. Those paint packs aren't worth the coin? No, they're not. That's how I feel about it. You wanna know what's definitely not worth it? Like, to me? Like, the big-ass boxes with, like, 500 paints. It's like, you're never gonna use all these. Unless you're, like, one of those freaks of nature who mixes their own paints and, like, does, like, insane highlighting where you need, like, 5, of, like, a similar color. You're never gonna use all those. Any tips for Turbo Dark? I want to use them, but damn, they fight me. You put it over a black base coat, the color shift specifically, and you're supposed to put it on somewhat thick. You're not supposed to thin it. Technically speaking, it's also usable through an airbrush, but I've never done that before, and I have no interest in doing that. Any experience with Vallejo ink? No, I use I just use the fluorescent paints from Army Painter. I've never used Vallejo ink. I rarely use inks. Like, I own inks. I just don't use them. Like, which is funny because inks are technically the same consistency as, I can't think of the name of them. Inks are like the same consistency as fluorescent paints. So there's like no difference. But I don't know why. Just like me and my autistic brain, I find fluorescent paints easier to use. And specifically the Army Painter ones. Army Painter is a very good brand. If I had to jump to one, it would be them. That being said, they've literally changed their, like, war paint range, or whatever the fuck you want to call it, like, 4 times. In the past, like, 3 years. The Fanatics paint set. Acrylic ink is good for panel lining. You could also just buy, Oh, also, Grim, welcome, to being a member. There should be a post in, what's it called? I can't think of the word. There should be a post on the channel that you can see now, and that should have a link to the Discord, and you should be able to join it. If not, I will make a new link. Post it. I like Pro Acryl a bit more than Army Painter. I heard Pro Acryl's great. Is that the one from Monument Hobbies? I think so, right? I can't remember. Grim, did you just become a member twice? Yeah, it's wrong. I've heard Monument make really good paint. And as far as I know, they don't change their range, or they haven't changed it since it came out. I know their white, Bold Titanium White is fantastic. And yet I haven't bought it. I got one Pro Acrylic paint, Bold Titanium White. Bold Titanium White is literally the best white that's probably out there. Outside of like airbrushing in ink or something. Maybe. Why, Grim? Why? Is it 2 different Grims? No, it's the same guy. Think of it as a gift. Well, I appreciate it. The only flaw is that it can be a bit thin sometimes. But yeah, it's white. You have a memorable painting disaster story? Oh my god, yes. Fucking, I had a Perturabo Proxy, and when I hit him with the spray can, with the rattle can, like parts of the spray paint were just like fuzzy, and I didn't realize that because it was only his inner thighs that were fuzzy, which is hilarious. And I didn't realize that until I went to go paint him, and all that part was just like gunked up and fucked up. And then I stripped him and I tried to repaint him and I dropped him, so I have to reprint him now. And then the other one is this was before I had a 3D printer. I got a model off of Etsy for like an Iron Warrior Demon Prince that looked like Perturabo. This is before I printed my own. And fucking dude, they didn't clean him properly. So like on his tabard loincloth thing, there was still like uncured resin there that I didn't realize, and I just painted over it, and it mixed up into one of my brushes and completely fucked it up. And like no matter what I tried, no matter how many times I shot a UV light onto that area, it never cured. So I just threw him away. Like he was finished painting, but there was still that part on his loincloth. I just threw him away. I can print another one. I have the files. Dude, when I got the bag, it was wet on the inside. That was like that was just like water and resin mixed together. And I cleaned it afterwards, and still it wasn't enough. And then I just painted over the motherfucker, and then I threw him away like before I moved. Now I don't buy things off of Etsy, 3D printed things that is, unless it's like something I really don't want to print. You seize the means of production. We're American here, sir. You leave that communist shit at the door. But yeah, basically I did. I ended up just getting sick of buying stuff off of Etsy, and I'm like, having a 3D printer can't be that hard. And it's really not. I worked out of like a shitty 3x2 shed for years until I ended up buying a bigger shed. Speaking of which, I need to make another member video now that the new shed is set up finally. I kind of want to make actually I will be able to in time, but I want to make a member video when I get my gun, because I just want to show it off because I'm autistic. I think that would be fun. From Crazy Axeman, thank you for the $5. I honestly might have never started painting my minis without you, and you've helped me immensely with getting into the hobby, so thanks, man. Thanks, man. Keep painting. I want to see your fucking Death Riders look like fucking outstanding one day, because you're probably being hard on yourself with your painting sometimes. It's gonna look rough at the start. You're gonna get better. You literally just have to keep painting. Also, I would recommend watching people like Midwinter Minis and Eons of Battle. More Midwinter Minis than Eons of Battle. For like actually getting an army done. And as much as I like Scott and John, Miniac and Ninjon, never compare yourselves to them for 2 reasons. 1, you'll actually have an army done one day, unlike them. 2, I make this, how do I say this without sounding like an asshole, because there's no way for me to sound like an asshole. I feel like a lot of miniature painters on the YouTube scene have their heads shoved way far up their ass, and it's not their fault. Because they're just so higher skill than the average person that it becomes hard to follow what they do. And it's not their fault. It's just that they've left us behind in terms of skill. I have this problem with more what's it called? With some YouTubers more than others, but Midwinter Minis is fantastic. I genuinely recommend watching his videos. As one who doesn't have a printer, I use Etsy to get my Night Lord themed stuff. Nice. I would still recommend getting a printer. It would be much cheaper. If you have health concerns and don't have the space for it and just don't want to deal with it, that's totally fine. But if you're willing to deal with that, I would recommend getting a 3D printer. Mini painting is one of those skills that is so cumulative, you always just keep adding to it. Exactly. You might think you plateau, but it's just because you need to put more effort into it and just like need to learn more things. I am happy with a base coat, a wash, and glows, and that's it. I don't give a fuck about highlighting. But even then, he's damaged because I had to sacrifice pieces of him. I'm able to make shit like this, which looks cool. If he was whole, he'd look cooler, but I had to take his hand and his head for my new proxy. Granted, this look at that base. Look at that shit. The fucking burns into the armor. Look at that. Look at that shit, man. It's fucking awesome. Circling back way to supernatural stuff you talked earlier, I've been working on a several-year project of a Flying Dutchman themed Night Valiant. That is insane. Finish it. Now. I keep the first 5 models I ever painted next to my latest ones. I still have... Okay, well, I don't have my very first model, but I have my first iteration of this guy. He's right over here. This is like my first ever kit bashed character. It's just the Skitarii Ranger with the Phosphex Serpenta. And I went from painting like this with shitty craft paint to painting this up in the same year. You will get better. No matter whether or not you think you're going to, you will get better. And I went from painting this to painting up this. Painting is a cumulative skill. It just takes time, and you have to put in the reps. It is literally like a muscle. Minis will look at the backlog with more disdain. Finish your minis. That being said, I have like a whole fucking Salamanders army I still need to finish. But I don't play Salamanders that often, so it doesn't really matter. I still have Basil on my desk. I need to finish him. I need to finish all my named characters for the video. Working on mini painting are such a great thing to improve yourself. It really is. My depressed ass went into mini painting, and I've been so much happier for it. Tip to all painters: when you see some amazing, never think, I wish I was that good. Tell yourself you're going to be there one day. Counterpoint: if you ever see somebody and you ever feel bad that your painting is not up to their quality, just remind yourself that you'll have a finished army and they won't, because that's the case of 95% of like good painters. Unless we're talking about Vince Venturella, then no one can compare to him. He's just not human. Vince has a Legion of the Damned video. Dude, Vince has a video on fucking everything, I think, at this point. I'm surprised he's still making videos. You need painting in 40k is how I got out of a long depression. Same. Discovering 40k and mini painting in lockdown was the best thing I ever did in my entire fucking life, I feel. And I'm putting that above this YouTube channel, even though this channel has made me money. Not a lot, to be fair, but you know. Still a chunk of change. Taylor! Welcome! There should be a link to the Discord in the community posts on the channel if you want to join. You don't have to, but you don't have to renew your membership to join. You can just stay there. Assuming you're not being an ass. Best choices I've made are leaving my parents' house, leaving Walmart, and getting into Warhammer. Fuck yeah, brother. Thanks, Bessie. Also, don't call me out on that. Never having a fully painted army. One day it'll happen. Do it. Be the person to have a fully painted army. Fuck people who own golden demons. They don't have fully painted armies. Lord that over them. I don't give a fuck if you got a fucking committed entry in Golden Demon. I have a fully painted Skitarii army. I have a fully painted Iron Warriors army. I have a semi-fully painted Salamanders army. Depending on what I'm running. Lord it over everybody. A fully painted army when I go home and finish my Ultramarines? Hell yeah, brother. It's my goal to get a gold demon, lol. Okay, we'll get one and then finish your army. Then you'll have both. And then you'll be able to lord that over literally everybody. I love Deathstrike mind games. I feel like whoever... I don't remember the Deathstrike being good. So I feel like you're either doing it wrong or whoever you're fighting isn't smart. Do you have any legal salamander... Do you have a legal Salamanders army? Yeah. It's not fully painted, but I have a legal army, yeah. I'm assuming you're meaning fully painted, which... At a certain point it was, but then Space Marine points dropped. Oh, and also I can't run Brayarth, which was a big chunk of my points. I really need to stop buying models. My Tyranids are at 8.5k points. You have 8.5k points of Tyranids and you still don't have a painted army? Brother. I forgot Salamander's army was all 3D printed? No, not mine. My Iron Warriors are mostly 3D printed. Like, pretty sure I've shown this off on... I showed it off last time on stream, but like, I have a Land Raider. It's not 3D printed. The thing on top is. The little Stargate. Decently sized. Only 145 points. And I can hit multiple units at once. Nice. Just released 7 days ago. Members only post is expired. Okay, let me go make a new one real quick. I'll be back in a moment because I have to go over to my keyboard. There we go. I made a new one. You'll know what it is because it is Weezer. ADHD makes taking projects hard. You just gotta fight the ADHD, brother. or get medicine, which also can help depending on who you are. Ow. There we go. Okay. Hopefully around... I'm trying to think of what day or what month. I want to say hopefully around springtime we could do the first painting competition. That'd be fun. More people for me to bother? God. God. Stop it. Still with food, finally. It take fucking so long to eat because I'm fucking talking. Yeah, for me to lose the painting competition. So I already know, like, one rule I'm gonna have to make is that, I'm gonna have to make it so that way if you win once, you can't win for a while again. It's not that you can't enter, you just can't win again. Because, otherwise, like, we're just gonna get one, like, fucking freak who's, like, a god at painting, and everybody just objectively says, like, yeah, he's the best, and they would win every single fucking, time. Like I said, you'll get better at painting. Most of the Dutchmen in their current state, oligarchy. Look at this shit. My God. My fucking eyeballs, dude. Holy shit. That's cool. I had an idea to do that with the ghosts with a Night Abominant. It's nice to see that it actually works. Like you say, in its current state, it's basically done. It is madness, dude. I like it. It's pretty radical, brother. I do think one way how I could mix it up is, and I want to do it, but I also don't want to do it. So like my shop does painting challenges where it's a painting competition, but it's themed. So like obviously for Halloween it was paint something spooky, and so I put my Night Haunt there, and another one that I participated in. Which one was it? It was paint something post-apocalypse. So what's it called? So I put up my Werewolf Assault Beast for Treacher Crusade, because Treacher Crusade is technically post-apocalypse. I didn't win. I'm gonna say right now. I'm not gonna lie. I kind of felt like I deserved to at least win one of the places, because another person just posted a fucking dreadnought that just had chains around it, which, Oh, and then I also just like got robbed on the what's it called, the Halloween one, because I did like I paint with clear resin on my Night Haunt. I just paint with clear resin in general, but with my Night Haunt specifically because I like having the clear green resin shine through to make ghost effects, and so I had that. I don't have a picture of it right now with me, so I can't show it to you. But I lost to like someone painting like a shitty D&D spider, which kind of pisses me off, so I just don't do painting competitions at my shop anymore. Because I'm pretty sure it's like the same like few people who win every time. So that's just discouraging. I magnetize the Death Rider? Hell yeah. I don't know why you didn't need to donate to tell me that, but I appreciate it. Thanks, Axe. You got a pipe organ for TV Jones. Oh, nice. Hell yeah, brother. Yeah, that is something that as an Australian I couldn't handle losing to a spider. Oh god, we have another Australian. Fuck. That's hilarious though. Yeah, no, it was like legitimately. It was like just I don't know how to describe it. Just like it's this shitty painted spider, or like the shitty D&D minis that are made out of like super soft plastic that don't retain any detail. And after that, I was just like, okay, I'm just not gonna participate anymore. It's not like you win anything, I don't think. So it's not like it really matters, but it's just like my pride was wounded. Oh, Taylor from earlier. Oh, I know. No, I know who you are. I was just saying there's another person who is from Australia who's in the server, Rat Boy. He's not really on that often because Australia. So he's on at weird times. Heading to sleep. Good night, Matt. I'm a member in a couple of other servers, and I'm a member in a couple other servers. I politely asked for a collab with you. Networking. What are you talking about? Oh, you're recommending my channel to other people? I would ask not to do that, but you are your own autonomous person, so I can't tell you not to do that. And it's not like I don't know how to describe this. How do I describe this? Because I know some people have talk about my channel in other circles, which is fine. I can't stop people from doing that, but there is a thing of like depending on where it is, some servers have rules for you not to do that. Like I have a rule in my server to not do that, and it's not the fact that they don't want to see other people's stuff, but it's just like advertising in a server I think goes against Discord's TOS, if I remember correctly. So just to play it safe, I don't do it and I don't allow it. However, I can't stop other people from doing it. That being said, I haven't checked the channel email in a fat minute. Let me go look. Okay, yeah, nothing for a bit, which is fine. I don't care that much. Substance check. Sorry, a bit there. I'll go into other Discord servers and recommend you asked for a collab in a YouTuber's comment section. Oh, okay. Like I said, I can't stop you from doing it. I just don't do it because I don't know if you know this. There's some weird people out there. And also my channel's not big enough to garner anyone's attention, in my opinion. Would it be cool to do collabs? Yeah, but I also just like don't have any fucking ideas for that stuff at all. So it would literally be me relying on somebody else to do that. Like the biggest person who subscribed to this channel was Dumb Robot Stuff, who I really like their conversions. They're really fucking cool, and that made me happy. I just got to get back into the YouTube grind of putting out a video every week because winter or like holiday season kicked my fucking ass, dude. And the channel has been growing very slowly ever since. It used to be like we were getting 1,000 a month. Now it's like a 200 every month until I can kick my ass back into gear again. Because I was lazy this week, and I need to not do that because I had time. I had plenty of time. I also was just kind of stressing about DMV stuff, but because I had what's it called. This is the weird thing. So like, anybody who's purchased we're talking about guns now. Anybody who's purchased a gun, go ahead and tell me this. So, I put a down payment on for a gun, a shotgun. They're ordering it, and it's not going to get to the shop until like maybe a few weeks later, and I haven't been contacted. But I already put the down payment on for it, and it says on the paper I have to pick the shotgun up within 30 days. I don't know if that's within 30 days of me doing the purchase or within 30 days of it showing up to the shop. I assume it's within 30 days of showing up to the shop because it has to get there first. That being said, it should only take me 2 weeks for me to get my new ID, so that way this isn't a problem. So I'll literally be at the cutoff time to get it anyways. And also assuming some people pay me money because some people owe me money. It's like in 1, 2... Yeah, by the time it gets there, hopefully I should get paid again. By YouTube especially. It's kind of weird the fact that like I'm making any money off of this channel. It's like kind of surreal in a way of just like something that I would be doing for fun, and I am doing for fun anyways. Just throws money in my bank account every now and again, and it's not like a life-changing amount. It's a decent chunk of change. It's basically my hobby money. But still, it's so weird. I kind of want to do another Trench Crusade video as well. I feel like that would be fun. I think after I do this Custodes video, I'm going to do Trench Crusade. And then I'm going to try to delay doing another Space Marine video as much as I can. Because I kind of want to do Blood Angels next. Because a lot of people like Blood Angels. And I'm not trying to be that guy. But I don't know, maybe it'll boost the algorithm for the channel. Take my money, oh slop master. Hey man, I at least put effort into the intros. It's not all slop, it's just 98% slop. Because I'm not going to sit here and act like I'm doing anything unique. I'm not. I'm regurgitating lore to people because they like hearing people talk about lore. But I like to think the intros are at least unique. Because it used to be, I would just, like, do quotes as the intros. But it got to a point where it was just like, why don't I just write my own shit, dude? Why don't I just do that? And that's what I've been doing. I've been writing my own shit. And so far, people like it. It's funny, because I get comments every now and again of people asking me, like, yo, where's this from? It's like, I wrote it. I don't know how much I can support your channel after the video proclaiming your love of AI. Dude, speaking of AI, the fucking Super Bowl, 95% of the commercials were just AI. And we got reruns of commercials in the Super Bowl, dude. That's crazy. I don't think that's ever happened. That and, like, legit, the endings, too. Your videos make me feel like shit. What the fuck does that mean? What do you mean by endings make you feel like shit? You mean, like, emotional? Or what? Yeah, the Chris Hemsworth commercial was fucking weird. That robot commercial literally jump scared me. Are you talking about the robot commercial where it was clearly made of AI? Smelly. What the fuck, man? Like they're very poignant. Gotcha. I figured that's what you meant, but I just want to make sure. Alright, food is done. I posted a flesh crocodile. I'm just gonna go ahead and paint and ignore that you said that. Yeah, and vodka pouring out of a dude's throat and it looked like fucking blood or something, right? It's so weird. What the fuck was that commercial? Fuck the deassembly on my Death Riders, so rip. It's called battle damage. Don't worry about it. Unless you mean you literally fucked it up, I don't know. Time to do some hobby surgery, Axe. Alright. Unveil the sarcophagus once more. I got really mad at the "Won't You Be My Neighbor" commercial using Mr. Rogers' name to promote mortgage thing. I didn't pay attention to half the ads, so I don't know which one you're talking about. But using Mr. Rogers to promote anything is fucked up. Like, no wrong heads on the wrong horses. That's a very strange problem to have. Oh, let me do the silver on the Iron Warrior symbol. That would probably be good. Paint these parts as silver. So it looks like slag at least. No, the reins aren't the sizes. Damn. Let this be a lesson, I guess, to make sure you read the instructions, because I've had that problem before as well. Alright, I need to paint the red on that shit. Which means I will need to go back and look for my red. Copy, that's definitely a flesh crocodile. I gotta reach over and grab my mouse, motherfucker. Alright, that's a flesh crocodile. What am I looking at? Watch Osprey Tactics video on custom leaders, and I wonder if they'll have a way to combine the traits of 2 units. So I can have Lauren in game. Reason my apothecary have tech marine stuff. I don't fucking know, dude. Just wait for the book to come out at this point. It's because like you're gonna get excited for it, and then it's gonna be like super basic and shit. I'm hoping it isn't, but GW. I also don't know if every faction's getting that, because I feel like they're not. I think it's just gonna, is it just gonna be like, I don't know. Oh god, I spilled shit on me. Oh, and it smells, chemicals. For the video, it's every faction except Knights. Okay, good. Good. Yeah, Knights should not get that shit. Glad every faction's getting it. That's gonna be the own characters anyways, basically. Alright, now comes my favorite part, and that's trying to paint gold on these tiny little triangles. Do I even bother with this, honestly? I guess I'm buying the Maelstrom book. I don't know if I'm gonna buy it, but like I'll probably have to because I don't think they're gonna put the rules in New Recruit because it seems like a lot of effort for something that's just narrative focused. And by the time Wahapedia updates it, it's already gonna be a new fucking edition. They say Titanic is. Shut up. Slap loan up on my warlord. That'd be fun. My problem is that Terminator characters are excluded, it seems, but it would have been very fun to put like Lone Op or something on my fucking Terminator Lord. How long you plan on stream? I want to stick around, but I got audio for my podcast. I'm streaming until midnight my time. So you make the executive decision if you want to hang out or if you would like to edit your audio. I would say do whatever you feel like doing. The entire point of these streams exists so that way you could have it on in the background while while doing whatever, but I also make videos, so I know how hard it is to have something on in the background while you're editing audio. It's a fucking pain in the ass. Because I've had people tell me, why don't you stream while you edit? It's like, because I physically can't. I would paint, but I'm moving houses. Well, if you can't paint, you can't paint. That's just how it is. That's what I always tell people, like, don't feel bad that you can't paint something. If you got other shit you have to do, lock the fuck in and do it. But that is what these streams exist for. It exists so you can get shit done while listening. Because I know some people like live streams. That was painful, kinda, but I did it. From what they show, custom characters go like archetype, basic stats, keywords, abilities, and a specialism mod characters keywords. Lead the unit, and finally one ability. Well, I doubt Terminator characters are going to be a part of that, but it'd be cool if they were. So I gotta run my own custom Terminator Lord for Renegade Raiders and see how that goes. So it's midnight here, and I bid you farewell. See you later. Also, do commissions if any wish to hit me up. Shameless plug, I know. Skin him. Nah, it's fine. I don't care that much. It's against server rules, but in YouTube, it's not really against the chat rules, so whatever. Looking forward painting when I sell it. And dude, that's how I was after I moved. Fine, I just want to fucking paint as soon as I was done moving. God. I hope we get the shovel as a secondary in Helldivers. You won't. Break action shotgun's still a random pickup. You're not going to get the shovel. It shows a normal Dark Apostle that leads Chosen Havocs. I saw that. I like the fact that they can lead Havocs, which might be interesting. Like I said, if they could lead Terminators, I would prefer that. But we will see. I really hope next edition we can hero hammer it the fuck up again. It's so fun. I miss Smash Captains. I miss having my captain on bike that was able to just charge and kill Land Raiders by himself. Yeah, they did show a Rogue Trader as well. Yeah, they specifically, they effectively gave break action as a primary. I mean, yeah, the shovel is literally effectively every other melee weapon as well, except you can't do the shovel thing. He's this whole Navy Reacher Void team. It's leading infiltrators. That's pretty cool. I do like the idea of it because it means GW is encouraging people to kit bash and make their own things, but it's just the fact that it's not permanent in the game, which it should be, or we should just go back to having Smash Captains. Yeah, I know you mean the double freedom. That's what I'm saying, is like, every melee weapon is effectively the same. Except for the Breaching Hammer, my beloved. My special little boy. He's so fun. From the grapevine, but it's likely a rumor. What, that we're getting a shovel? We paint the lenses black because he's supposed to be dead. There we go. A bit painful, but I managed to do it. It's actually not true anymore. They changed them. We talking about? We're talking about Willis. Another example for the Bellows community, Tau Project Fireblade. You know, another friendly use Tau redeploy. Yeah, but that's just like something you can do generally. Unless it just says models and it's not specific unit types, so that'd be different. Pros and cons now. Melee weapons and Helldivers. I guess, sure, but like, I mean, everything has pros and cons, but you're just gonna use the best thing. And right now, as far as I'm concerned, the best melee weapon is still the machete. Unless they changed it. I'm gonna be real with you right now. The fucking hammer does anti-tank, and that's funny. So I'm gonna be running that. Running the tank hammer, the breaching hammer, with supply pack honestly just makes me into a fiend. It's so fun. I'm also just like a slut for fucking supply packs or the resupplies. Like I will just devour the entire thing. if you were not there to grab it. The blade unit and the fire blades unit and any other one other counterpart unit. Interesting. Saber's Peak on Illuminate. Yeah, the hammer. What else do I need to paint? Because all this is going to remain silver. I'm not going to bother doing anything with it. I think we're ready for the... Oh, no, I have to do red. My red is down here somewhere. Don't think it's in this case. Carmine red, which I don't want. Vermilion red, which I also don't want. There we go. Red. Found it. I need to get my paint rack up on the wall. I need to buy a stud finder first, actually. I really want to see what kind of custom character stuff EC gets, and I might be able to run a third generic character. Maybe. I hate tiny detail items from mini. My fingers are too big, and the glue keeps sticking to them. Yeah, buy some tweezers. That might help. Or a wax pen would probably be better. Not tweezers. Buy a wax pen. That is my advice for that. My fingers aren't the thickest, which thank God. These hands were made for miniatures. That is my advice to you, though. Is a wax pen. Wax pencil, whatever it's called. I do have tweezers, but I can try a wax pen. Wax pen might be easier because you could just like stick the item into it and then just put it back on there. Or put it back where you want it to be. What do you think of the Red Corsairs Captain Units rules they reveal? I'm pretty sure you asked me this earlier and I didn't respond because I didn't read the rules. I'm going to go ahead and say it again. I didn't read the rules and I don't want to have to move to go read them. So actually, wait, hold on. Discord is over here. It's on this monitor, I think. If you put it in tabletop, I'll read it. If it's not in tabletop, I'm not reading it. There we go. Red Corsair's Reef Captain. No one gives a shit about his loadout because the loadout's never going to be good. Brutal Raider. If this model's unit ends a charge move and ends at +1 strength, the strength characteristics of melee this model, and improve the armor penetration characteristics for the whole unit or just this model. Hold on. This model's unit ends a charge. He only gets it. Okay, that's kind of cringe. Each time his unit declares a targets on the objective marker, reroll the charge roll. Okay, so he basically gets half of a stratagem for free just with Raiders do, which is pretty decent. And it sucks that Brutal Raider only affects him. Because if it affected the rest of the unit, that would turn Chainsword Legionaries into monsters, making them strength 5 with AP 2. But basically, how you played Renegade Raiders is that you're always charging onto, what's it called, anyways? Always charging onto the objectives, so just getting rerolls is pretty good. Because he's meant to work with Renegade Raiders, and then the Reavers themselves, the Red Corsairs, Okay, Legionaries are shit. Can they all at least get flamer pistols or hand flamers? Or all of them can have hand flamers, which is okay. It's still strength 3 though. They're basically trying to... Are the Reaver Blades at least good? They're strength 5, AP 1, so they're basically just like... And they get one more attack, so they're better chainswords, kinda. But they don't get the rerolls. The only benefit is that they get infiltrators. So you're able to turn 1, start holding down objectives with them, and their normal marine stat line. I would still say you're gonna want to run Legionnaires, because then you get, as much as I don't like Legionnaires, which, say what units he can lead, hold on. Okay, he can lead Chosen. That's pretty decent. Because Chosen are able to advance charge, and if they're within, they're able to advance charge and reroll charges if they're in range of an objective. That's pretty good. I think it's expensive, and I think he's better suited for sitting in Legionnaires and just making sure your Legionnaires are tricked out with what's it called? I wonder how Raiders would work with the Alpha Legion detachment. Fucking I don't give a shit. No one runs that fucking detachment. It's not good. Cause do fucking what's it called? Do these guys have the Legionnaire trait? No, they don't. So they don't work for Alpha Legion. Because Alpha Legion, you're only allowed to put Legionaries and Chosen and Cultists in what's it called? I can't think of the name of it. Or you're able to use the army rule for them. They don't have the Legionnaire keyword. They have 3 wounds, do they? Oh my god, they do. Why? Depending on how expensive these guys are, at that point you just run Chosen. Because their rule is shit. Like, their rule is actually just bad. They have Infiltrate by default? Yeah, but if you're running Chosen, you're advanced and charging through walls anyways. All Infiltrate does is that it stops like drop pods from getting too close to you, which is never going to happen. And you're easier to get shot at if someone decides to just run your shit. You can also fuck up other people's Infiltrate by using Infiltrators. Or you can also fuck up scout moves with Infiltrate, which is pretty good. That being said, I don't know. Marine stat lines aren't good. You're putting a lot of investment into a Marine stat line with a shitty ability. At the least, Chosen have advanced charge and power swords, which these guys' weapons are basically power swords. I think actually, they're like a side grade on Chosen, but I think unless their points are way cheaper, which I don't think they're going to be because they have Infiltrate, I think they're substantially worse. I think the captain is good, but the captain also he's basically a non-Terminator version of the Sorcerer and Terminator armor with like warp time, where he's able to reroll charges, except his has more of a restriction. I still think he's better than the actual Raiders, though. Raider's sword is essentially an EC Infactor sword, but no precision, and Raiders has +1 strength. I don't think the Raiders are good. I think the Reeve Captain is fine. That's about it. They're meant to work in Renegade Raiders, and it shows, but the Raiders themselves don't have a good rule. So it's not like you can use them. You're Emperor's children. Back to painting. We're painting, that's why we're here, yeah. That is why we're here, Apo. It's a crazy thought. I'm definitely not going to get him done tonight. Granted, the only thing is I have to do after I put a wash on him is just do his lenses and the glow on this. But I kind of want to show off doing a glow on stream. So I'll probably save that for another stream as well. I also still need to figure out what I want to do with this. Because I kind of want to do hazard stripes, but there's really no point. Still might try it. Still putting the fucking thing together. Welcome to guard. It's pain. He looks very clean. He's pretty clean right now. I'm gonna dirty him up when I put washes and shit. I really like doing characters, which is why I'm glad that I made that a thing for what's it called? I feel like my camera's not catching, like, working properly, and it's making my movements more jittery, but it's fine. Which is why I'm also glad that I made the Warpsmith tiers that after a year I make a character, because it'll give me something to continuously work on. Also, it's funny because I feel like there's some people who are in the Legionnaire tier and they're just sitting there and expecting that they get that benefit as well, even though I keep saying it's chosen tier or higher for a year. That's fine. I meant like the paint scheme is cleanly done. Gotcha. There's some wash on there though. Eventually. That's the plan. You know, I feel like there's some people who sit in the Legionnaire tier and they think that I'm gonna make them into a character one day when I literally keep saying that's not the case. There we go. The red definitely breaks it up more. We do a gold belt? I don't think so. I think he's fine like this. He's messaging me. I really want to go back to like making dirtier models again, like my here, let me actually go grab one real quick because I don't ever get to show off my Trench Crusade stuff on stream. There we go. I'm pretty sure they're in this box. Can't really show the box on stream because it's actively carrying models. So like, here we go. Dope, heavily inspired Doughboy Lieutenant for my new Antioch. Very dirty, very grimy. Almost just like blends in with himself. One-handing a fucking trench gun because he fucks and he knows ball. Carrying a fucking actual warhammer. Dirty ass cloak. I did need to tone down the gloss on him, but honestly, kind of keeping the gloss makes them kind of unique. Hey, Kyle. I've shown this guy off before. Let me put this case back where it's supposed to go like that. I've shown this guy before, but my Warwolf. More like a war hyena. He's a good boy. Anything in this one that I show off? I mean, my fucking. I need to finish him, but my heretic priest on Tank Palanquin. I kind of want to repaint him, but I also really like the Scooby Doo neon green. But I also kind of want to repaint him. All right, my wife, Artillery Witch, my beloved, with 4 arms and wearing like a weird bridal outfit. So I think that looks cooler. She's very fucking fragile. Somehow I haven't broken her yet. And then my heretic priest slash just like Legion Sergeant or Legion Commander, whatever you want to call him. Sniper rifle and a motorcycle because I thought it looked cool. Fucking evil Captain America. Go straight out of Red Dead Redemption 2, hell yeah, brother. Dude, the game takes place around the same time as Red Dead 2, so... Actually, no, Red Dead's like in 1890. Church Crusade is in 1910. Then I have my kill team in here, but I never show them. I don't play Legionnaires anymore because they're not a thing, really. They're technically still playable, but eh. Eagerly waiting for fucking the boys over at Trench Crusade to make more sub factions, or at least make a whole new faction in general. I want to see what they do. I know we're supposed to get it's not Jewish Knights. I forget their name, but it comes with like golems and cabals and shit. It's pretty cool. Mormons are not a thing in Trench Crusade because Mormonism could not have happened, logistically speaking. That being said, there was a 1911 in the game as well as a Browning. So, John Moses Browning is a universal constant, which is really funny. I think he's ready for a wash. Oh, wait. Over here, the edges of the cape need black because I did not paint that part. Water in here. He's our Lord and Savior. If there was a Saint of Firearms, it would be John Moses Browning. But your firearms, technically speaking, did not promote death and a bunch of other hurtful shit. I feel like he would have been canonized as the Saint of Firearms by now. But also, he wasn't Catholic; he was Mormon, so that's a whole other gray area. He also invented the trench gun. Yeah, I know. Actually, I don't think he invented the trench gun. I'm pretty sure. Okay, well, I think he invented it, but he didn't make it because that was Winchester who made it. I think he sold the patent to them. Where's my new Black Grill units? Kyle, do you even own any Trench Crusade models? Have you even painted anything, Kyle? That's actually my real question because you never talk about it. What else do I need to do? I think that's it. No, I want to do something for that. I wish I knew how to paint afterburn or like a burn to metal effect. That'd be useful. Let's go ahead and do we'll do a brass on the end of that gun. Too poor, but that can't stop me from window shopping. Fair. A very light purple glaze. I know people do that. They get like a purple contrast paint and then like a blue contrast paint. I don't own those, and I have no interest in buying them. So I'm just gonna paint it bronze instead, which is gonna basically end up looking the same as the gold after I put a wash on it. But you know, that's besides the point. Painting the gun to be semi-unique compared to the gold on his armor will at least make it more interesting visually. Oh, work is going to be fun tomorrow. I'm kind of lazy with it. Just watch purple and brown mix. It's just a heavily thin paint. I know what a glaze is. It's not fucking with that. Like army painter red copper? Interesting. I kind of want to flick blood on his banner, but it also just makes no sense to do that, especially because it's not it's true blood. It's not the army painter dry. Wait, I do own army painter dry blood, I think. I might do that. I need to test it first, see how it looks. I'm gonna make his gun kind of look all banged up and old, because he did rip it off of a Contemptor. That's literally a Contemptor multi-melta. Which I don't remember if I ever wrote in the lore where he got this from. I also don't even think I ever gave his gun a name. His hammer has a name, I'm pretty sure. I wrote it down somewhere. I assume you got it from the guy he's standing on. No, he always had a multi-melta. I just used the Contemptor one because after I like did this, it just like kind of looked cool to me. I did find another file where it was basically like for anybody who's seen the Cataphracti Heavy Flamer, it's the opposite of this, where it's just two barrels one on top of each other before multi-melta, and it looks okay, but I like the dual fucking barrel side to side more than I do one barrel on top of the other. I think it looks more intimidating. But he has a multi-melta because I said this before. He used to be a salamander, so he likes meltas. Their meltas are very handy for killing space marines. Let me go look at my script. I think I wrote down the name of his hammer. Because he didn't start out with it. He ended up making it. Oh, God, my fucking shoulder popped. Yeah, it was when he met Nemio. hammer if his name is Craig. It's not. I don't think I ever wrote down the name for his hammer. Now I'm looking at the notes and shit. I know like the big thing is that he never named his hammer. Other people named it for him. Oh, it might be when he met, well, not met, but because he was already a part of the war band. It was when he spoke with Colgan. Here you go, Colgan. Okay, I found it. The name of his hammer is called What Remains. And specifically matters because of when Colgan shows up. It's the whole thing about that, which I'm gonna have to talk about eventually. And it gets caught. I am Diadem's hammer. That's hilarious. I just thought what remains is this. Just a cool name. Like I said, it's also funny because he never named it. It's everybody else who named it for him. Paint these, and then just paint the silver over the ridges. I know the Seahawks won yesterday. Yeah, they did. There's with a quarterback for the Seahawks is the most sacked man in Super Bowl history. Not Seahawks, sorry, the Patriots. I don't give a fuck about sports ball, but that shit was hilarious. That dude's people are hunting down to kill him over in the East Coast. It's gonna be great. Also, Ken, you would have loved it early. We were talking about the Star Wars prequels. One of my favorite videos out there is one of my favorite videos out there is what is it? It's the final scene or it's the scene where Padme's talking to Anakin towards the end of Revenge of the Sith. But it's specifically, what is it? Every time Obi-Wan is on screen, it starts playing Sexy back. So when fucking Padme is like fucking crying her eyes out and Anakin looks over and just sees fucking Obi-Wan at the top of the steps of the ship aura farming, it just cuts to playing Sexy back. It's so fucking funny. It's so funny, dude. It was like a meme of that where so it's like there was someone saying like me in the future watching my son break up with his girlfriend and he looks back to see me aura farming on the porch. Yeah, I don't want to spoil shit for the what's it called? I don't want to spoil shit for the Broken Tower video, but yeah, Colgan is actually kind of important, and I forgot how important he was to Diodium. And I need to finish his shit too. I should probably replace his head now that I think about it, because I'll just go ahead and say this, I guess. Basically, the long and the short of it is that Colgan is important because Colgan is the reason why Diodium has an honor guard in any capacity. Because before he didn't. Pretty much every member of the inner circle is important for one reason or another. The only person in there who's like not important, heavy quotations, is Alaric, but Alaric is a dreadnought. So by virtue, he's already important. I guess Drask is also not important, but Drask, literally, his lore is that he goes and he hunts down titans. There's other shit to it, but that's what he's known for. Actually, no, I just remembered why Drask is important. There's a much more important reason for that. Yeah, Obi-Wan farming at the top of the steps to piss off Anakin. It's great. I love it. When does OC become once you make videos lore about them? There is a it's a pretty drastic response. Killers just I'm gonna kill you. I'm gonna kill you, Appo. I'm gonna kill you. Swear to God. Why do so many fucking people I know make puns? You guys are bastards. What was it? Yeah, no, people who I make models for, literally the whole point is that the videos are going to be me converting, talking about the lore, and painting up the model, like kind of like a Pete the Wargamer for anybody who's familiar with his format. The only thing is that, like, because I'm gonna have to make like, I already have to make rules for like the models themselves and what I'm going to do with them. So like the Warpsmith tiers, those become a full video. The Chosen tiers, those are like a short, because that's just like me just showing off the little conversions I do, and just talking about little bits of like what I liked about doing about it and shit. But for Warpsmiths, so I already have to make rules for like what I'm allowing people to request for me to do when I make them into a model, and there's going to have to be rules about the lore, just for obvious reasons, because I'm a control freak, and I don't want people breaking certain things. So I'm gonna have to see about that. I don't need somebody coming in, because like at the end of the day, I have the final say on shit, because I'm writing it. What's that? I'm trying to remember who it is. Fuck, there's some writer who I think it's J.K. Rowling, who was talking about like I remember what it was. It was her saying like Harry and Hermione should have gotten together at the end of the story, and people were saying, "What the fuck do you mean should have? You wrote the book." So I'm gonna take the liberty in the fact that I write it to veto shit if I don't like it. Because I'm pretty sure like most people have had good ideas. There's only been like one or two things I've heard people mention where I'm just like, no, just like hard no. Because it either contradicts pre-established characters or just contradicts parts in the setting. And things and stuff hasn't been mentioned to begin with, so it's not like there's much. Also, people don't really talk about their OCs that often. I'm just glad I'm able to use most of this shit for Horse Heresy and 40k. This is gonna be fun. Is there a 30k character that leads Assault Devastators? Devastators are the closest thing I can think of Iron Warriors. Any character can lead any unit, basically. They just have to meet a certain subtype. I assume you mean Assault Devastators like the guys with jetpacks, right? Or what? Is my funny bulldozer on the chop block? You're not a member, Kyle. Sorry to say. That being said, if you ever did become a member and you wanted me to make a killdozer as your model, like a Rhino killdozer or something, I would not be against that. Because that would be funny. Yet. Exactly. Yet. Because, like, a Rhino isn't that bad of a conversion to do. But I'm also, like I said, I'm making rules because I don't want people to get fucking crazy. Because the craziest thing I'm going to have to do, because I promised one of my real-life friends I would do this, is the Mexican Great Unclean One. Because he's fat, and he wants to be a Great Unclean One. And I know him in real life, so he's the only exception to my rules. Man goes through a whole year of being Warsmith to be a brick in your army. Yeah, but it's a killdozer, bro. It'd be funny. Obviously, he would be popping out the hatch, assumedly. So that way his character's actually there, but like driving the killdozer in the battle would be hilarious. I need to look at like eventually if and when I do that, assuming that's what he would want. It's just like find Marvin Heemeyer quotes and just like write them on the side of the armor paneling. Just like right on the back of it, there's a basement. Or some shit. I just want a medic of some sorts. Yeah, I remember you telling me that. But I mean, that's the thing in 30k and technically in 40k, so that, like that's not out of the realm of possibility. Just depending on your tier, it depends on whether or not you become a character or not. But I'm pretty sure there's some characters in 30k that are still on 32, so it's not like it matters that much. I'm pretty sure pod characters are still on 32s in 30k. I could be wrong. So it'd be interchangeable between like a sergeant or something else. I mean, just like fucking, because the models are supposed to be interchangeable and usable for whatever. So it'd be funny if it's just like having an apothecary as like a sergeant for chosen. That'd be really funny. Do no harm, my ass. We're fucking killing you. I regret to inform you, brother. There are no hot signals in your area. You are in the midst of an artillery barrage. If my guy was CSM, I want to make a dual claw jump lord, leading towns a nightmare hunt. Only because there's no CSM leader that are good for Nightmare Hunt. You can ask for a model to look a certain way. The main thing is going to be don't give a fuck about rules. Just ask for cool shit that you like. Lore precedes gameplay. Have my little Space Marine model riding top like it's a 1800 coach wagon acting as the main guns. What the fuck? Oh god. Like, that's the main rule for like asking for something, is like don't give a fuck about rules. Just ask for what you think looks coolest and what is feasible. I forgot to mention, I'm thinking of developing a kill team Angels of Death, I believe. What do you mean you think you're doing it? Unless you mean you think you didn't mention it. Anyways, you have not mentioned that. I kind of want to do an Angels or the Deathwatch kill team, but make it like my Iron Warriors, because I already have my Legionnaires. And I kind of want to just like do the Deathwatch one with Iron Warriors. I feel like that would be fun. The favorite Chaos model is the Sorcerer Lord and Terminator armor with the Chaos Familiar. Lucky for you, Axe. I keep forgetting what tier you are. I'm pretty sure, I don't remember. I'm pretty sure you're Warpsmith. I might be wrong. But I do actually have Chaos Familiars now that I have my, what's it called? I bought a bunch of shit off of my friend who has Leash of Darkness. And I posted a picture of him, like the tiny dude with the sword in the armor. And then I have another one. But there's also just 3 principal Chaos Familiars out there. Actually, hold on. Speaking of familiars, Nemio has one. It's not on his current model, but in the kill team, Nemio has a Chaos Familiar. It's supposed to be whatever thing is living in his sword. It's just like constantly following him, but I never did the lenses on him. That's weird. As you do dual claws because it looks cool. Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. Care about what looks cool. Don't give a fuck about the rules. Then you immediately started talking about Nightmare Hunt and shit. It's like, no, we don't care about that. Care about what looks cool. Don't focus. Don't ever think about rules. That's for me to figure out. Not you. Because I believe besides the captain and the cell intercessor, I own the models make one. Hell yeah, brother. Robot Gully Man nuke pistol. What the fuck are you talking about? Oh, that something disconnected. That was weird. Giving elites in my warband some Deathwatch shoulder pads, taking his trophies. Nice. Oh, my fucking hard drive decided to be weird. Okay. Good thing that doesn't have anything important on it. Hello, fat man. I really can't wait to start doing the Warpsmith conversions. This is gonna be so fun. I'm thinking of rules because I once I make a final look, I want to summon his Warp Talons, classic Raptor style. What units do you recommend? I'm thinking if you mentioned you have, I do not have an Angels of Death kill team. I only have a Legionnaires and Battleclade. There is literally built on cool, really cool. Have fun with it. Exactly. The hard drive has Vauban style fortress diagrams on it. What the fuck are you talking about? No Nemesis Claw? What do you mean no Nemesis Claw? No, oh, like the kill team? No, I don't know that. Do I look like a... Look at the branding on this channel. Look at the border on the stream right now. Do I look like I play Night Lords? In the Crusade and Heresy era, Robot Gilliman had a pistol that fired, quote, micro-atomic warheads. What the fuck? I wish I could pay for a full membership so that I could force you to make a model for me. God. There are thankfully some evils in this world that I can avoid. Like, I'm kind of open to the idea. Heavy quotations open. Open to the idea of people contracting me for, like, commission services, but I also, like, don't see my skills as being high enough to do that. So, like, it's an idea, but, like, eh. I love Vinbing. I almost call you Vibin. That's not your name, it's Vinbing. Or just a way to make it only show... Here we go. No, it does not. Okay. It'll always show me the ads and won't show me people's, like, screen names. Pretty sure it always shows the ads. It doesn't show screen names, but that's besides the point. Yeah, it's gonna be really... That shit gonna be fun. I'm gonna have so much fun with that. Okay, I need more paint, actually. That paint's all dried up. So Discord did some heresy bound reproach. Are you talking about, like, the teen verification thing or whatever? Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's being pushed because of, what's it called? Because of international laws, especially the EU. Or not the EU, the UK specifically. Because the UK is asking you to use your ID to verify shit. And Discord wants to exist. So either people in the UK are gonna have to use a VPN, or Discord's just gonna cave, and Discord's choosing to cave. This is what happens when you decide to not actually have freedom in your fucking country. It's worrying. It is. Discord is doing it globally. I know they're doing it globally because they want to be able to stay in the UK. And there's no way you can just have it do it for them, as far as I'm concerned. But now we're doing that, so kind of sucks. I don't have to use my ID for my account, but whatever. It's like a liberty of authoritarianism. Yeah. If you don't verify they're running software in the background, they'll determine your age. Yeah. Just having a massive data leak. Oh wait, yeah. Whole UK is turning to an authoritative surveillance state. Yep, yes it is. Oh yeah, the whole Gmod, using Gmod to verify your face and shit. So funny, dude. Isn't it so funny how the UK is literally turning into V from Vendetta and nobody's worried about that for some reason? Making the Patriot Act look libertarian, basically. It's good since I look old enough to not get carded since I was 14. Hell yeah, brother. I kind of want to get a custom wax seal. That's a random thought. Do it, though. Discord will think I'm Fernando Esparza. I'll use a horror splendor model. The type of shit Snowden got blacklisted from the... Blacklisted is a very, very light word of describing how he's viewed and currently, described in the U.S., but yeah. My Chinese friend is screwed. Dude is 6'30" and looks like he's 12. People are fine with a fucking country becoming a fucking spy state or whatever, however you want to describe it, over them, and they're not doing anything to fight it. But you can thank them for that. Is it more complicated and nuanced than that? Most likely. Go. I can use Peter Turbo's face to get past the ID scan. Hell yeah, brother. My biggest complaint about this stuff is that it's like it's always framed by the people who are pushing this as like we're using it to protect children, which is like, no, you're not. This is actively invasion of privacy, but this is happening in a country where they don't have laws for that. Be a goddamn parent, basically. Everybody knows it's bullshit. They're just using that as an excuse. So long as they don't actually admit to what the real reason is, which is to fucking spy on people. Which, it's crazy that... I'm not... Like, the U.S., first of all, the U.S. absolutely spies on people. That's just a fact. But it's crazy to me that... There, at least the, like, actual law... Oh, I dropped the cap for my airbrush somewhere. I'll find that later. Oh, it's right here. The U.S., who is absolutely spying on its citizens, is... at least not changing its international... Oh, not international. Its national law to this fucking garbage. Patriot Act UK edition. Patriot Act was okay. Patriot Act was pretty bad. Let's be real, but I think this is exceeding that. So getting fucking tired of X character fighting Ice Agent. That one pick of Iron Warrior killing Ice Agents just made me do deep inhale. My favorite thing, the Crumpet Act. Jesus Christ. Not to get political, but my favorite thing about that whole thing is like someone made that of like Carvin or whatever his name is, the new Iron Warriors character killing Ice Agents. And my favorite thing about that is that every Iron Warrior in the comment section was like, it's not the fact that they would hate them, it's the fact like just like be opposed to them because that's not that they're chaos, they're evil. It's the fact that they would hate them because they're inefficient. They don't hate them because of what they do. They hate them on principle. Which is like, yeah, my brothers understand the Iron Warriors. Hell yeah. Nothing is worse than getting your entire faction and or character completely just like characterized. You're almost ready for the wash stage. Where's my normal oil? That's more than turtle. That's not normal. I feel like I ran out of normal oil and I never got more. Oh, no, I guess so. Oh, we get a Krieg Marshal back? You won't. And I hope you don't. Just because you said that. If the Salamanders fell to Chaos, who would they fall for? Or would they go rogue? They'd probably just be Chaos Undivided. I know in the Dorian Heresy, someone's like, oh, they fall for Slanesh, but it's like, no, I don't think so. I think they would just be Undivided. I don't think they would fall for a specific god. I think the whoever wrote the Dorian Heresy said they fall for Slanesh just because dragons are close to snakes. And that was literally their entire reasoning. And they just wanted Vulcan to be a snake god. Like, I don't agree with that at all. If you're gonna do a heresy, do it right. Salamanders Dorian were undivided? You sure? I remember being told they fell to Slanesh, which makes no sense. White Scars were Slanesh? That makes less sense, but sure. I know Blood Angels fell to Khorne, because the joke is that Khorne settled for the World Eaters because he couldn't get Sanguinius. This brush has probably seen the end of its days. So we're gonna go ahead and just use it. Dorian Heresy Salamanders fell to Vastor. No, Vastor was not around when people wrote the Dorian Heresy. Stop it. I scratched Solution Labs because fast and Khan is a centaur. I gotta be real, guys. I don't think the Dorian Heresy is well written. I think it's shit. I need to buy those copper things to put at the corners of my wet palette so it doesn't start curling. Thinking of the Lion Heresy. What's up with fucking people's heresy AUs? Stop it. Just write homebrew. Write warband stuff. Where anybody complains, I go heavy with my washes. Relatively heavy, at least. It's interesting in a what if sense, I guess. I'm not particularly into it. Cause I remember trying to listen to the Adric episode of when they were talking about the Dorian Heresy, and like halfway through I was like, this is boring. This is the Dorian Heresy. Apparently this is the Lionel Heresy. I didn't know that. There's the fucking Robutian Heresy, I think, as well. Robuti Heresy, basically. Time to return to the ball crushing factory. Most unfortunate. Best of luck, brother. I've not been reading chat, sorry. Did you flatten the paper properly this time? Yes, always. Just does that. Looking at the wrinkles last time. Tend to dislike AUs. Seems like a lot of novelty comes from if it was good or bad, vice versa. AU stuff is fun. It depends. I'm not really into AU stuff unless it's like actually interesting. I'll say there's like one AU for Warhammer that I find very funny. And it's the Horse Heresy, but it's like a filmed movie. Because then you just get funny bits of like all the Primarchs are just actors and they're just having to deal with all like the dumb, goofy shit that happens in the horse heresy. There's one where it's the like that famous painting of Sanguinius dead on the floor in front of Horus and the Emperor, but it's Horus taking a selfie with Sanguinius, who's on the ground just doing a peace sign with blood on his face. It's really funny. I love it. It's so goofy. I love goofy shit. I don't love people trying to rewrite the lore into being like, but what if this happened? Because then that's like fucking. I don't know how to describe it. It's basically the fucking shit that's happening with like Marvel What If, I guess. Just stories for the sake of just like, I don't know, just like bullshit. And also just continuously putting Captain Carter in everything, I think, is what's going on with that. He looks much better. And then I'm gonna put, what's it called on the gold? Can't think of the name of it. I still need to fix some of the gold up on the hammer, actually. I remember one drawing was Rabute reading the Horse Heresy book in the cafe. Gotta look at his roll. That's so funny. I love stuff like that. I know Star Wars did their own What If pre-Disney comics. Interesting. And then there's the whole fucking the female or the Primarch fucking girlfriend subreddit thing, but that became an entire mess, which is funny because it's a mess, but it's also like last time I looked back at it, they're like retaining some canon to it, which is really funny, and the fact that it's like somewhat consistent. There's something very funny about that. Fucking r/Warhammer 40k discussing the lore, and it's a bunch of monkeys beating the shit out of each other. Fucking r/Primarch GFs discussing the fucking lore of their AU, and it's like a very neat meeting. Oh, what the fuck? Human finally joined the goddamn Discord. Holy shit. After God knows how long of being a member, they finally joined. RGF is 2/3 softcore and 1% one their actual lore and 3/3 it's well drawn. Did I ever post the what's it called? So sadly they used AI for it, but someone made transfers of sexy female Fulgrim and put them on the sides of their Land Raider. Did I ever post that? I'm not gonna post it in the Discord because Discord doesn't allow NSFW, but it's really funny. And I thought about doing that as well, just as like a meme, but then I thought about it for more than 5 seconds, and I'm like, I'll send it to you, Appo. Actually, let me just send it to you now. Let me just move my mic so I can keep talking. I saw that link. I'm pretty sure I sent it in the chat a long time ago. But it's funny because I was looking at it and I'm like, I thought about it for a little bit. I'm like, I should do that with like female Perturabo, and then Appo sent it to me. I'll send it to him in a second. Give me a second. Because I thought about doing that with female Perturabo, and then I thought of her for more than 5 seconds. I'm like, okay, but I don't actually find her attractive. So why would I do that? I forget if I put it in saved or just upvoted. Should be in saved. I don't think it's in saved because I kept scrolling and I saw Arcana Flesh, and that's old shit. I think it's just upvoted. It's gonna suck because it's gonna take a while. I think I've said it before, but my favorite is the twins, which I forget their names in the AU. I think it's literally Alfaria and Omega. Everything for twin characters. It's fun. That's pretty cool. I forgot I upvoted that one. Someone did like graffiti text on the side of their rhino and it just says chaos. Damn, dude, this shit is far back. What the fuck? I would have been an Alpha Legion player if they had their own army in 40k. Just get that shit. You'll suffer less for it. Oh, speaking of Alfaria, there she is. How fucking far back? My god, there's so many cool fucking... I don't know why I don't have these saved. There's so many cool conversions that I liked and never saved. That's a dark timeline. I'm glad I ended up making my own, guys. That's fair. Is this related to you liking split-haired colored characters? No, but it's just it's two different things. I just like identical twin characters, and I also like split-colored hair because split-colored hair is just hot. I don't know how else to explain that. I mean, I've shown photo evidence of what I like, so I guess that works out. It's actually a lot of cool shit. Oh, here, wait, this is the non NSFW one. I'm trying to find the one that... Actually, I'm pretty sure this one is just straight up just the dude's normal art. It's not the guy who used AI. Yeah, this is just the normal one. I'll go ahead and send this to Appo real quick. And then Appo, you can share it with whoever you like. Just don't put it in the Discord. First one, and then I'll try to find the actual other one. Oh, you might also like this. Actually, this is something. This is Appo coded. This is actual model stuff that you might like. There you go. Oh my god, dude! I'm fucking running back to. God, that's actually such a really good paint job. Let me save that. I'm going so far back that it's to the point where I'm finding fucking memes of Virtuosa getting put into For Honor. There we go. I found the actual one. Here's the other. Oh, you think that's Wowzers? Here you go. Here's the actual one where it's the dude who used AI but made her. Dear God. Dear God. Send that to Axe if you want. You might convert Axe into being Emperor's children. Because nobody can see my DMs, Apple just messages me, oh yeah, that's just an ass. You know what I find funny? about the. This is the one thing I do find funny about the AU, because like I said, I like AUs that are just like dumb and fun. There is just the consistency that Fulgrim is literally just the same, because Fulgrim is already just like a fucking slut, just like a narcissistic fucking I don't know how else to describe Fulgrim, but it's literally just the gender flipped. That was it. And if anything, they didn't do anything because Fulgrim's attractive to everybody, technically speaking. It's just so funny to me. Fulgrim with longer hair. Fulgrim already had long hair, though. That's the thing. Fulgrim was always the same because he, she, they, etc. is always perfect. Yeah, but now Fulgrim has boobies. Which appeals to more people, I guess. I don't know. Or a different demographic. I need to buy more snow for this shit. I didn't put any snow on it. I mean, hey, that's pretty good. The wash definitely adds way more. The cape looks so much better with the wash on. Uma McKinnon is the only primer to have gotten married several times, as a matter of fact. Which is the funnier part, is that it didn't just happen once, it happened multiple times. The model is just, it's, I'm very proud of it. So, like, I already talked about this, but, like, going from just, like, static walking pose to this, I like it so much more. And I thought I was going to notice the milliput on the hand, or for the wrist, to, like, turn it more, but honestly, I don't really notice it that much. I also really like this multi-melt over the Plasma Blaster. So much more. Get some gold back on his hammer because I didn't do all the gold on it. Then do some brown wash. What is this representing in the tabletop again? Perturabo in 30k and Abaddon in 40k. Because they both have the same base size. Iron Warriors did nothing wrong intro. Basically. I'm not particularly proud of that intro. I feel like I could have written it better, but it served its purpose. The main content was me talking about the Iron Warriors and why they were relatable. And why they, in fact, did nothing wrong. We threw him off a cliff as long as we say, long live the king. So what happens to old Dio, and little horror Dio? Horror? You mean this Dio? This Dio's going in the trash, because I never liked how this model came out. If we're talking about this guy, he's for Kill Team. He just represents Dio from another time era. And then I have my normal Dio, who's in just a Terminator, not Terminator Lord, just a Chaos Lord. In case I ever go back to it. Little Horus, now little Dio. Dio on my desk is for Kill Team, if I ever go back to playing Legionnaires. It was also just fun painting him up like that, and the way that I have him right now is like, it makes, like, this is how I want to paint my Duck Die for Horse Heresy, which is going to be very fun. Wait for that gold to dry, and then I'll put the brown wash over all the gold detailing and the tusks, and then that'll be it for tonight. We move faster, that motherfucker. I'm just gonna throw it away because I don't wanna. You should raffle off Trash Dio. No one's gonna buy it. Also, he's not like done. Like, I ripped. I literally ripped. Where is it? Let me go ahead and show you. I ripped his hand off for his hammer and his face off, and he's like broken. Like the crown on top, on the collar, all that's busted up. And I fucked up the glow on this side of the plasma pistol. You really can't see it, but in real life you can see it. You should keep old Dio. I already have. Hold on, where's actual old Dio? He's over here. I may have misplaced old Dio, but I think he's in my box down here. And if he's not in here, I have lost him, which is going to be really annoying, because I really like the model. Oh, there he is. Found him. Understand the level of unemployment in the chat. But, like, this is the first Dio. I've already shown him off before. He's the only one with a nameplate. Oh my god, why is stream lagging on my end? There we go. This is old Dio. Who's based off of Helbrecht, and based off of a Pete the Wargamer conversion. This is old Dio. This is Dio from when he was a recruit into becoming this. And then compare these two. If I can hold them properly. If I can hold them fucking properly. Comparing these two to this guy. Started from the bottom, now we here. So I have old Dio. This Dio was just like me testing to see if I could make an Abaddon proxy, and I could. I never liked the pose, I never liked how he looked, I never liked the guns, or the missiles on his back. I liked the base, but that was about it. I like this base far more. I just need to cover it up in snow. And his gun is proper because now he actually has a multi-melta. And his hammer's in a pose where it looks like he's actually trying to fight rather than he's in a static pose like this. Which I really like this pose, it's really relaxed. And I think it's cool. But you can still tell he's made from Helbrecht. Because I didn't cut off a lot of symbols. I didn't cut off their shields, I didn't cut off the charm, but I like to think he just stole those. Because he's an asshole. And then this cape was fucking awesome to do. Then we've evolved from that cape to this cape, which is technically smaller, but that's just because it's folded up. And it's supposed to be him wearing a banner of the Iron Warriors. Because there's a lore reason for that. Little Dio, the walking Demon Prince. God. I think the gold is dry enough. I can do the Agrax wash. These two go in the trash. So I'm gonna put them over here. I think I'm gonna pay my intercessors this weekend because I really want to glue these guys down to their stands. Hell yeah, brother. You should have done what I did with Crow and just completely shave him. Nah. I didn't feel like doing that. That felt complicated and annoying. Good morning. Hello, Grim. Other Grim. A lot of Grims. Oh shit, it is the morning? Well, for you it is. It's probably 1:30 for you, I think. For me, it is 11:30, which, after I do this gold, I will be ending stream. The new Chaos Mini is sick. This one? Oh god, I do not know why, Camo is being so slow. I don't know if it's doing the same thing for you guys, where I'm like speeding up and slowing down, but yeah. The evolutions of Dio. Dio when he was a recruit. Dio when he became Chaos Lord. And Dio as the Warsmith. Yeah, a turntable so you can make a YouTube short out of it. I own a turntable. It's behind the monitor, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, I really like the Chaos, Terminator helmet with the tusks. It was a bitch to get it in there, but it fit. Dio Brando was an Iron Warrior. You didn't know that. Have I ever said what Dio's name translates into? Because his full name is, his first name is Diadium. I feel like I've said it before, but, his name is, like, shitty high gothic, and it translates into God hates me. Oh, Dio's got in line, I believe. Yeah, Dio, and then the rest of the name, which is just butchered up Latin, translates to God hates me. Shake this harder, because last time this shit did not mix properly, and it fucked up my model. Joke's on you, Dio. Thanks to the turntable, I can finally draw Dio. You thought you could prevent me, but no. I never meant to prevent anybody from drawing anything, but sure. It's fucking curling again. I need to buy those copper things from fucking Red Grass or whatever. Whoever sells that shit. I forget who it was, if it was Broken Table Glass or somebody who, like when they first joined the Discord, they immediately started posting fan art of like, I think they had an idea for like a custodian who ended up going to the Broken Tower. And it just looks so fucking cool. It's just like, I didn't think I was going to get to the point where I got quote unquote fan art that early on in my career, but like, damn. It's kind of a surreal moment. The new Crab Chaos Marine they announced looks so cool. I can't wait for the Demon Perturabo kit bashing. The Defiler, yeah. You have better naming than what I came up with. The only character I have in my captain in Gravis armor, which is named Fabarius, which is just a haymaker thrown to Google Translate. That's funny. Custodian of the Broken Tower. Did I miss that? This is from, I think, from Broken. It's like the first thing he posted in Hobby and Painting. It's one of the first things. He posted like a custodian, like an Eye of the Emperor, just like on Borealoth, and with a little short story on it. I'm pretty sure it was Table. If we're sharing characters, my Chaos Lord is Cleared Lock. Doesn't have any meaning as far as I know. Cool name though. Not everything has to have meaning. As long as it sounds cool, that's enough. I just chose Dio because it's easy to shorten down and to remember, and it's also just a funny name when you know the context. Still got this. Y'all have a good night. See you, brother. It's like having LeBron James as your third grade basketball team. Table posted the custodian, but definitely not a first thing. I was meant his first thing. Ever since my friends ever introduced me to Nina, I loved using it and similar frameworks to make characters. I work best with constraints, that's why I like looking into rules and making characters. Fair. Now he looks better. I have a compulsive need to make sure every name means something. Hano is Phoenician for God is gracious. Interesting. And outside of glows and basing, that is literally the audio being done. I could technically do the hammer right now, but it's 11:42 and I need to go to bed soon. Yeah, it's him. It's the man. Got his barbed wire back on his arm. Gotta paint the glow on this seared up fucking chest piece. Gotta try to do glows on the muzzles and the little holes. Gotta finish up his hammer, do the little effect that I have with the shift paint and the eye lenses, which the eye lenses aren't going to be that bad. I painted them before. And that's literally it. then I'll have a usable Abaddon slash Perturabo again. Which is annoying because Perturabo kind of sucks in game, but running a Primarch is just like kind of like that's the point of playing Heresy. Fucking the. Might as well grab him. Just pull this down real quick before we get off. But for right now, the evolutions of Dio, which is kind of surreal to see this happening. Not gonna lie, but there he is, all three phases. Dope Mini. Thank you, BlackRock. Please stop buying up houses so I can finally own one. Bought a Primarch suck at 30k. Too many points. You have to play them at a 3,000 point game limit or higher. And they're kind of just like centerpieces. They're not really like meant to be good. They're only like a 400. They're only as much as like a knight, honestly. But like, then you have to put them in the retinue to keep them alive. Forge Bean Pog, yeah. Forge Bean live reaction. $15 minutes until midnight, and I'm pretty much 95% done with this mini. In terms of what's left to do. In terms of how long that's going to take, I'm about 75% done, because these glows are going to take forever. Especially trying to figure out how I want to do the muzzles on the multi-melta. But that's a problem for future me, which I'll probably finish up painting this guy up on Wednesday, assuming I actually get some work done tomorrow with the script and recording, which I should. And then I'll edit it up on Thursday, and I should be free to stream and shit again regularly. With that, hope y'all have a good night. I should see you Wednesday. If not, I'm going to try to plan a game night on Wednesday again. Because I know we did one yesterday. But that's not the point. See y'all later. I was waiting for you first bump into the desk and Forge Grant tips or something. I'm the world's largest asset company. This is my favorite YouTube channel. Fuck yeah, BlackRock likes me.